You're starting on 7, and you got 3. You're using lanes 1 and 2.
I'll just use a different ball. I'll figure it out.
You guys have any plans or friends? If you want to follow along later, you can check it out. Tournament.com on the score sheet. Top right corner, we'll have a QR code there.
You got it here. No battery in here, please. We only here if we're talking.
And then if you have any family friends that want to watch the live streaming,
Be here like every other second.
Leaderboard and streamers here streaming everything on both streaming TV. Make sure you guys go follow and share on YouTube. Alright guys, we're going to turn you on for second to 1.
All right, good people. Welcome back. And if you're joining us for the first time, hello. We appreciate you tuning in as we continue the live coverage here of the 2024 CBE 10K Cactus Classic. This is C Squad, the second squad of the day, but the third squad overall. We did have a squad which took place at noon local time on Friday, which was yesterday. It already feels like we're like 2 days into the tournament. And technically we are, but it feels like a full 2 days, not just one squad. I'm talking about like 4 additional squads. That's kind of how it feels already, because that's what Saturdays typically bring, 3 full squads. As we welcome into the booth for the first couple games with us, tournament director at the True Amateur Tournaments Desert Southwest, John Verbal, will hang out with us for a little bit.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, John. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm thinking that probably feels longer for you because you had travel coming in yesterday. Did you come in yesterday or the day before?
What's today? Saturday?
Yeah.
Thursday. I got here Thursday.
All right.
Thursday is the travel. All the wonderful staff here. Mike stopped by to check in. Reed has been great. Help make sure I got everything I needed to properly set up. And then one squad yesterday. Yesterday was like a vacation, and I'm very happy for it because it allows me to prepare for today with optimal sleep, if that is such a thing.
Yeah, because you'll probably get the tiebreaker at the end of the Desperado tonight.
Well, we talked about
planning on that, right?
We talked about that this morning. Theo's hoping that we have it again. And
he's actually hoping that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like his trademark now. It's part of the tournament. John Bold, speaking of yesterday, John Bold at the tournament yesterday. So, John, I want to start with that part right there.
Okay.
Yesterday and today, so far, I thought the Fresh played very well, meaning you can get some score. That part was pretty evident, and that trend, hopefully it continues for the players. It seems like as the block goes on, right, and the travel from pair to pair takes place, that's when it gets to be very tricky, and obviously it's always tricky when you have to take into account the pair-to-pair situation. So for you, what did you see? Like, what worked well for you? I know you ran into some trouble late, unfortunately, but what was your block like from kind of start to finish?
Yeah, so interesting for me in that I started slow. And as you know, and I'm sure many people have mentioned already, it was really hot down here on the low end yesterday. And I was mentioning to somebody, I don't sweat a lot except when I'm working out, but I was sweating while bowling. That's very unusual for me. And it affected my feel, to be sure. And as we moved that way, and Theo said they were working on the AC, and I could tell it was starting to cool off. I started to get more comfortable. My feel kind of came back. And frankly, I think the lanes started opening up for me.
You lighten them up.
Lightening up.
260?
I did shoot 268. I had a really good look at that game, and I had some area, and I softened it up, which, you know, I've become much straighter player in the past couple of years. Was working with David Leverage for a while, and then started going to see, my brain's escaping me now. Each year at Nationals.
Mike Jasnow.
Mike Jasnow, thank you so much. Yep. And so I'm seeing him once a year, and the two of them combined have made me a much straighter player than I used to be. All about my arm swing and keeping my arm swing loose. And so, but I had to get softer in games 4, 5, and 6. And I got a 705, 4, 5, and 6 on this pattern. I can't, for me, I'm not, compared to 90% of the bowlers out here, I'm not a bowler. Most everybody here that knows me will tell you I am usually terrible. And every once in a while I throw out a number and their eyes get real big. And that was kind of what happened yesterday. I threw out a number, it was nice, and then 1 and 2 showed up and said, yeah, John, you're going to find out what it's really like. It was just so much, after going from the high end back down here, and it was like, oh, it's still hot down here. And I immediately started sweating, I lost my feel, and then you start thinking, then you start whiffing spares, and it took me about 2/3 of the game to realize, hey, these lanes are actually different down here. It's not just me, and by then, I got about 20, and it's done. But so my read was a little bit different than others, probably simply because I got a little bit caught up with the environmental changes and thinking about that and not thinking about what I was actually seeing on the lanes. And so that's on me. Everybody had to bowl in those conditions. Everybody bowled on every pair. So, but it was great. I really enjoyed it. It had me thinking maybe I'll try again. I'm not ruling it out. My equipment's sitting in my car. I might consider 6 o'clock. I live in Scottsdale, so it's like if I'm going to do it, I better just bring the equipment with me and let it bake in the parking lot for a while. So, but it's, you know, he runs a great event. This is really a great event. I knew my only chance, frankly, was probably going to be in that squad because it was a smaller squad, and since he's always taking 7, it was worth giving it a run. And I really appreciate what Theo's doing here. This is a great event. He's a great tournament director. I want to see this event succeed. So, I made my contribution, as it turns out.
Well, I'll be honest, I thought you were there. And then I kept looking down at 1 and 2, and I'm like, whoa.
It was bad.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was bad. And I've been known to do that many times, unfortunately. So it is what it is.
In front of us on 5 through 8, and then we've got your picture-in-pictures 1 through 4 to start. Of course, that's 2 hour left, but Bob Wiley, every time I see Bob, he's making cuts.
Yeah.
And I don't really anticipate anything to be different. Ben Perry, who just missed out during this morning's B squad. Ben was just battling carry. You know, there is a level of grind to this pattern. I'll put it on the screen here in a moment. 43 feet, 25 mils. But, you know, Ben's low game, his low game was, I think, in the actual last game of the tournament. But up until that point, his low game was like 193, but his high game was only 216. Wow. And so and even in the last game, it was just a matter of carry. Blower 10, light mixer 10, couldn't get the 7 to go. And he was kind of throwing urethane right up the boards.
Yeah, and he's a solid player. He's been a force here for a while now. Really has a solid game.
Yeah, he burst. I won't say he burst on the scene, but in regards to this tournament, Theo said that his first time really getting a chance to watch him bowl was the first year of this tournament. And it seemed like not a lot of people knew who he was at that time.
Yeah.
But he ended up making a nice run and match play and knocking out some people on the way. And he's starting with reactive as opposed to urethane. So already a difference made for someone who is re-entering the tournament after bowling this morning. Troy Blickenstaff, starting to see him a lot.
Another solid bowler. He's been, there's an event that runs at Bolero Glendale here, a King of the Hill type event every Monday night. He's won the last 3 weeks in a row.
Oh, wow.
So that's hard to do. There's a pretty solid group of bowlers there, and he's come out top 3 times in a row. So pretty good group of bowlers in front of us.
Yeah, Kyle Mikulowski on 7 and 8. Corrine Acuff. Chris Sanders. Aaron Yamamoto on 7 and 8. And then rounding out 5 and 6. Michael Arce. Got a nice squad here. We're going all the way down to 22. Yeah, 1 through 22 working. First couple squads we had like 1 to 16, 1 to 18. Theo had a few more walk-ins and of course some re-entrants. Wow, that's the Corrine Acuff I'm used to.
That was 10 in the pit.
Was surface a part of your game plan?
You know, going in looking at the pattern, it was, and I had some bigger surface balls, but I just didn't see it when I was warming up, and I ended up I threw primarily my Summit at 2,000, and I expected to need more surface, but for me anyway, and again, lower rev than I used to be, straighter than I used to be, I didn't really need it. my gut tells me you don't need a ton of surface, but yeah, I think Corrine looks like her ball's been run through the parking lot a couple times.
Yeah. She got a fresh coat of paint, if you will, during the warm up. But she knew. I think she had thrown like. We saw a shot, right? Base was like, yeah, this one's going to need a little bit more. And so went back. Husband Derek did the, and I don't know if everybody applies surface the same, but I'm used to now seeing like ball reps apply surface on tour, and they just got this method of doing it. And it's the fastest thing in the world.
Yeah.
Right? It's like this, it's like a windmill, but at like 28 times the speed. Like, that's how fast it seems like they're going. And I guess A, to save time to get it done as much as possible. B, maybe you apply more as the speed is going. But I think she got it down to 360 with I believe that is an extreme envy. But it's working. Chris Sanders got some surface too. I saw him surface prepping prior to the start of this block. Ben Perry,
solid.
He's already on his way to beating his high game of this morning in about 2 more frames.
And very quietly, Michael Arce here with a front 5.
Absolutely. He bowled yesterday as well.
Yeah, he was in my squad. He was paralleling me to the right. Throwing a Helios.
How about that? Coming in hot. Hot off the presses. I know you thought about bowling again, John, but if you could, or even if you decide to, right, would you keep the same game plan, so to speak, based on, I'm sure you'll take a few notes even here on this squad, obviously, and kind of base your judgment on that. But if you were to be bowling right now, what advice might you give somebody else?
Well, I think early a little more surface would have been helpful for me. I was also throwing at full speed, if you will. I had a loose swing where I found out softer was better later. So it might have helped me. Because honestly, when I'm softer, I feel like I'm less accurate because, I'm not really letting gravity do its thing. But yeah, if I were to come back, I'd probably have a little more surface on one ball just for the first couple games. But I really, really like the look of my Summit at 2000 in 1 and 2. Hopefully now that it's a little cooler, maybe it wouldn't have bothered me quite as much. So I would probably come pretty close to the same game plan. Like I said, maybe just a little more surface early. So I in part did this as a In part did this as a tune-up for the Big Tat next week in Vegas.
Okay. Heading
up there tomorrow. So it's like, okay, well, maybe try my hand at this. That'll be equally tough up there for sure. It's always a tough pattern.
Are you, it sounds like you're bowling, but is there some work portions involved too?
No, I worked it a couple years ago when I was getting ready to run my own region, but it's either work it or bowl it. He would have been happy, I'm sure, to have me work it, but I'd rather bowl it because I obviously can't bowl my own. So I don't work it at all up there. I just come up as a bowler, or try to be a bowler anyway. I do have, shockingly, in one of those blind squirrel finding a nut things, I won the senior event last year this time, so I'll be defending my title in the senior tournament. So definitely got to do that. Let's see how I do.
Run ins there for Michael. As Blickenstaff lost his leverage. Just to our left, the defending champion is in the field, Jacob Buttram. He's on 3 and 4 and doing Jacob-like things already.
Yep, 278 pace for him.
One sponsor in the booth, one sponsor watching. Actually, we got one sponsor bowling. Chuck from Chuck's Painting is bowling.
He is.
The squad.
1 and 2.
Yeah, it's over on 1 and 2. You can see him at the bottom right of your screen. We got John Verbal. Again, True Amateur Tournaments, Desert Southwest Director. And then watching currently, Carl Ong. Team Agent Ong, runs the Agent Ong Open.
Yeah, Chuck was thrilled. He came up to me and said, yeah, I heard about your 1 and 2 yesterday. I guess I'm getting to start on 1 and 2. It's like, well, you get that out of the way, and then it's all up, all going to be better from there.
There were a few people who did not have too many good things to say about 1 and 2. But ironically enough, I was talking to Theo earlier this morning, and he said 1 and 2.
Normally the best pair in the house. That's absolutely true. But not yesterday. At least, you know, maybe it's one of those things where on a house shot it is, but not on a sport shot. So, for whatever reason.
I also told him that, interestingly enough, I've been told, or I should say the last couple of centers I've been at or events, and I don't remember which ones, but people were saying that the in pairs of these respective places were like the best in the building, which is just something you don't normally hear about.
Although the 1 and 2 is not really a true end pair because they've got the billiard hall right on the other side, so it doesn't get the hot summer afternoon sun here, where that wall, 23 and 24, that is right up against the outside. So I'm sure that's one of the reasons why 1 and 2, it doesn't get quite the temperature variation. It's because it's pretty common, especially in Arizona, the end pairs are terrible because they're getting baked.
It's like me outside. Good shot there from to the left of your screen. That was Jason Anderson's bowled a lot of tour events. He bowled the Agent Ong Open actually last October, and now bowling here in the Cactus Classic. Then run stops for a little bit. Tough shot there. I've seen a few 8-pins today, and there was almost one left on lane 4. That billiards hole over right on that other side of that wall too. And I think that it probably produces some hot temperatures because it was hopping on Thursday when I got here. It was full. I don't know if they might have had a leak.
Oh.
The parking lot was pretty full right when I got here, and I was like, oh. I'm thinking that there's a ton of people on the lanes. You know, I'll probably need to weave in and out of cable running and stuff. There wasn't anybody bowling. Everybody was
interesting
in the billiards hall.
When I'm here for league, it's the reverse. There's maybe one person over there playing. That's about it. It's difficulty climbing the hill.
That's I think that has been consistent as well, right? As many pins as you can get playing right early. If you do get it going in the wrong direction, especially quickly, 3 off the right is a possibility. Super washouts. I've seen a few gutters through two squads. Shot there from Bob.
Yeah.
Okay. I see you, Troy. A little back up at that super washout attempt. Aaron Yamamoto made a little bit of a move in. Kind of figure something out early. He said he wasn't sure how it was going to go, but I have faith in him. I have confidence.
He's a good bowler. He'll figure it out. But not a real reassuring start for him, that's for sure.
In the booth with John Verbal. John, how so was it last year? Was year 1?
Yeah, I was. My first event was in October, actually, up at Camp Verde here in Arizona. I've had 4 events now. I was actually just telling a friend the other day, telling Dylan the other day that I was going back and doing my numbers because I'm now that's basically another business. I filed for my first tax extension ever because on April 15th, I'm like, I'm not going to get all this done. This is way too complicated for me. And so I was actually resuming my work on my taxes because now August is coming up. And I was pleased to discover, in four events now, we've given away $115,000 in prizes in 4 events. That made me pretty happy. So, but yeah, we've had 4. We had one at Cliff Castle at Camp Verde. We had one in Mesa East Bowl. Then we had another one in Bolero Mesa. And then we just had one last month in Cabazon at Morongo. So we got one coming up first weekend in August in Kingman. So we're moving all over the place. And then we finally get back to the Valley. We'll be back here in the Valley in October at Let It Roll Bowl, which is, you saw Josh was crossing with me yesterday. Josh Anthony, he's the GM over there. So we'll be at his center.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know he was involved in the industry in that way.
Yep.
How about that? And how about Corinne Acuff? This is the touring professional that I know and see all the time. Yesterday I was a little shocked. I was like, when you give her the gutter, she typically doesn't miss. And having a much better start, obviously, and much more like what she is used to seeing. She'll be in the 230s. A couple of 2 teens. Seen some 2-0s. Sean Grant over to our left. You can get to 230 at the bottom right of your screen, though. Wow, he's playing them straight.
Yep.
Almost kind of backing up to the 130.
Actually, that was he's B. So it looks
you're
like
right.
Yeah, it's Jacob. He's got a shot at 240 plus here.
I still like that shot from Sean Grant.
It was a good shot. Hopefully, that gives him some confidence going into the next one.
That was his field shot.
So Jacob will be in the 240s.
I got to look farther now.
Yeah.
My eyes won't get all the way to 19 and 20 and 21 and 22 just to see the scores. Look at Josh in there in the chat. Yes, you do big things, Josh. Yeah, congrats, man. How long have you been a GM, Josh? That's pretty cool. And would you be interested in hosting other events? I know one organization that always looking for venues to host regional /and/or national events. One that Corinne Acuff is a part of. Just throwing it out there.
And it's a nice center. They've done a really good job there of renovating it. And it's an older center. I grew up calling it Northgate, and hadn't bowled there literally since I was a teen until a couple of years ago. But it's beautiful inside. They've done a really, really good job of renovating that facility. So it's a great place to bowl. Looking forward to going out there with the Tat.
Ben Perry. This one, they get him into the 250s. It's okay. 240 is better. So with one switch, one change, Ben makes the reactive look pretty good. In fact, to be quite honest with you, those of you who were watching at the end of the squad this morning, he made the change to his reality. I think it was frame 7. And at that moment, he could have shot 217. Throws a great shot. Strikes. Next one, he kind of got it going up the lane a little bit. And ends up shooting 187. He did end up throwing, I think, one in the 9th, maybe the first one in the 10th, but already putting in work with reactive. So switch of the game plan for Ben Perry. Already paying off good dividends here early.
Like I said, all you can do is go up from here. So yeah, we got a plus 40 to our left, plus 30, plus 40 in front of us, another plus 30 to our right. A teen over, a couple pairs over, and then not much. Which is a bit of the inverse of yesterday, right? where it seemed like the scores were down there more. At least I felt that way for some
Yeah,
reason.
and but there were a few here, like Michael Haugen shot 257.
Haugen was just,
Well, he's Haugen.
he's Haugen, exactly.
I think it was like 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. Maybe 11, 12, one or the other.
Yeah, he had one tough game, and he just, you know, as a pro, as somebody who knows what he's doing, he just put that in his rearview mirror, and it's as if it didn't happen.
Yes, that's right, Steph. I am essentially asking or seeing if Josh has space or room. I don't even know how many lanes are in the building.
32, I believe.
That's enough. You could definitely hold a regional there for sure. You can't hold a national event there with that many lanes. The last time the PWBA was in Arizona was 2019, and it was in Tucson. And there was a bowling center that unfortunately then closed. We were the last event.
Lucky Strike.
Was it Lucky Strike?
No.
No.
I'm sorry. You're a Golden Pin.
Golden Pin.
My
That's
bad.
right.
My bad. Golden Pin. Yeah. Great iconic center. 48 lanes.
It was my first time there. I just remember the marquee was so retro.
Yeah.
And I'm a big retro bowling alley kind of person. From masking units, like the whole nine. Give me the full. It's just I should have been born earlier, so I could be directly into the 70s, 80s era of bowling. But they had such a cool marquee outside, and it was a great tournament. The staff was fantastic. They had the coolest trophy. Everything about it was great. And then 2020, we're supposed to go down to now I can't remember the name of that center, but it also was in Tucson. And of course,
Yeah. COVID
pandemic,
happened.
and that was it.
Yeah, speaking of retro, the ladies bowled at a center where they had the old magic triangles up. I hadn't seen that.
Oh, see, yeah. That's what I'm
Like-
talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Give me the magic triangle. Are you familiar with John Lucido?
No.
Okay, so John Lucido is one of the I call like a Cubica guru. Like he knows everything about Cubica, MF scoring, lanes, etc., and so forth. He runs a center and has run it, I don't know, for probably, it feels like 30 years. It could be more, in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Okay.
But Cubica has now they have almost like one of those kind of new LED walls that you see some bowling centers have, but it's in a retro Cubica with the red triangle is now across the. He's got 32 lanes, 1 to 32. Have to show you a photo, but it's an interesting, virtual experience, if you will.
Cool. Everybody's jumping 2 pairs for the first time, I think.
Oh yeah, you're
squad.
right. You're right.
So we got a whole new group in front of us.
The larger the squad, the larger the skip. If we skip on down to game number 2 of 8 here, we got Chuck. Speaking of Chuck's painting, Chuck on the lane 5 right now. Wyatt Skowski, William Milho, and I think Aaron Carabell.
I do not recognize him.
Andrew Kane, Ed Smaglick. They're over on 7 and 8. Brian Hernandez. He started his day off pretty well. He's over on 7 and 8 also. Did Jacob finish in the 240s? He did, right?
Yes.
He doubled in 10.
45, I believe.
Anime had a guess. Anime, I believe, I think Lucky Strike was on the schedule for 2020.
Maybe that's where I was making a mistake.
Yes, that was supposed to take place. Charles, I'll get you that standings link here in 1 second. I'll wait for Theo to have the standings up for specifically this squad as we get underway. But Let's just throw it in the chat now. This should be the one for C Squad. This will be your link. That's funny. I didn't realize my son changed my handle. That's my life in the future. He's been online.
Note to self: don't give your kids your password.
Change his gamer tag. Carl, which center were you referring to with Robert winning the? Because I remember that show defeating Walter Ray and the older leaders, but certainly don't remember the center. GT too, with a lot of perspective and context on when we were talking about Michael Haugen and the squad yesterday, saying that Haugen beat him by 70 and he had a 140 game. Yeah. And Greg's low game was 190.
And Greg was solid all day.
That is some good context. Also on the line, folks, along with 7 spots to match play for the first 4 squads, first full squads with 8 games, are buys. Those 2 double buys are available. Oh, we'll take it. We'll take that. 2 double buys and 2 one-round buys are available. The 2 double buys, so essentially you don't bowl match play for the first 2 rounds. You don't have to bowl. Those are awarded to the top 2 finishers in each squad. 1-round buys, there are 2 of those, and those are awarded to players who finish 3rd and 4th respectively in each squad. And then of course 5, 6, and 7 will bowl match play in round number 1, and then will be seeded accordingly based on 8-game total. This squad's already kind of got a different feel to it. I think it's probably a couple things. One, there's a few more players in the field, so the skip is already different, as you mentioned, John. And it feels like a Saturday afternoon squad, right? It's lively, a lot of people in the bowling center for a big tournament, big purse, big prize on top.
Did we get many of the? I mean, we had some really good bowlers miss the cut yesterday. I see Tez re-entered. I was going to say, I would expect those really good ones to be right back at it.
Well, I'll tell you, yeah. Cortez did re-enter.
Yeah, he's down there.
I think Keith Fung also re-entered. He bowled this morning. Those who just missed the number, Cortez was one of those players. Yeah, and folks, if you did miss this morning, I'll just give you a quick recap. Jim Pratt lit it up. He was plus 225.
Saw that.
Plus 225. Speaking of low games, he had a 172 in game 2 and finished at plus 225. He started with 278. And then low game, 170, 220, 20, then 241, 242, 228, 236. Just fantastic bowling this morning. Michael Fitzgerald was second on that squad, plus 155. He finished the day with 253, 258. Matt Jones was great. He finished with 257, plus 132. Wesley Lowe advanced, plus 106. Matt Zweig, who re-entered because he bowled yesterday afternoon along with in John's squad. He finished 5th at plus 102. Rihanna Cote was 6th, the U.S. Women's Open champion last year, plus 101. And then David Leverage, who shot 257 to, I think he made up 3 spots. Yeah, he was 10th going into the final game. Ben Perry was 8th. Cortez Schenk was 7th at that time. So Leverage got there at plus 90. Mike Barkis shot 258, 247 the last 2. He rung a 10-pin on the second shot in the 10th, essentially to miss the number. He finished at plus 82. Mark Myers, who was in the top 7 for a few games earlier, he too shot 257. But he was like a plus 14 or something along those lines. He was in that teen range, and that ends up getting him to, yeah, it was plus 14, plus 71 he got to. And then Cortez Shank 219 on the end, not enough to hang on to his spot at the time. He finished 10th at plus 68. Ed Smaglick, who has re-entered, he's on 7 and 8, plus 43. Andrew Kane also bowled this morning. He's on 7 and 8 right now.
You know, it's remarkable. I'm looking through that list with my old eyes, and everybody on the top half of that board, they're all solid players, every single one of them. And what's also interesting is out of the top 7, we got 4 of them. 1, 2, 3. You got 3 of them who are really preferred to play straight, and 4 that hook the lane. Jim Pratt, in particular, loves to hook the lane, and it's like they're all good, obviously, and they all made the right adjustments. But it's not like this squad is necessarily preferring a certain style of play.
Right. That's a great point. I tell you now, if no one knew anything about Jim Pratt, if you watched him bowl this morning, you would say he's just a straight player, because he was throwing urethane pretty much the whole time. Now, I didn't see him on the high end, so and he told me he ended up making a few changes, and so he probably got into reactive a little bit, certainly late. But for the first few games, for sure, he was playing up the boards. He was playing out Black Widow, pink urethane.
Yeah, he's that good. Every time I've seen Jim, now he'd probably say something different, but every time I see him, he's hooking the lane. So maybe I just don't know him that well. But, you know, Michael likes to play straighter, obviously. Matt can do anything, but he loves to play the gutter. Brianna, obviously a straighter player. Leverage, a straighter player. So, but good bowlers figure out a way to make it work,
boy,
regardless of their style of play.
A lot of good bowling going on this morning. Hopefully we'll see that trend continue, but it was impressive to watch. We had 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes, yeah. 3 257s. No, 1 258, 3 257s, a 247, 243, 236, all in game 8. And it was hopping.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't tune in. I feel bad about that.
The chase for 7. I was talking to the viewers. I'm so used to my eyes going to a different number for a cut, like on tour. You know, cut number's 12 or something along those lines. And I kept going down to 12, looking, and like, no, we're 7. It's 7 here. You got an update there?
This is the game 1.
Theo dropping off.
He's dropping it off.
All right. What do you got there, John?
You want me to read them off?
Sure.
All right. So Ben Perry, who is right in front of us to start, in the lead at plus 45. Jacob Buttriff, plus 44. Corrine Acuff, plus 38. Michael Arce, plus 36. All of these people are right in front of us. There must be a coincidence. Tim Eichhorn, plus 18. Tied with Andrew Kane, plus 18. And then in 7th place, Brian Hernandez, plus 13. So already starting out pretty strong. Tez is down at plus 2, just looking for big names. Ed Smaglick's minus 1. Keith Thong minus 8. Dylan Taylor minus 10. So some good bowlers struggling to get started, but you know they'll figure it out. There's still a lot of good bowlers in this field who are minus right now, but it's early.
I tell you, I threw now a game and a half, and going back to the last 3 to 4 frames of game 8 this morning for Ben Perry, his switch to reactive seems to be the best decision. He starts well game 1, and then now he's got the front 6 on 9 and 10.
I was talking about Zweig a little bit earlier today and asked him what he changed, and he's like, you know, where everybody was trying urethane yesterday, he said he threw it game 1, and then he didn't even think about it after that in the second squad. And so a lot less urethane going down lanes, but I still see some, but I guess relatively speaking, not as much as in my squad. I didn't see a lot around me other than GT, who, you know, bread and butter.
There's a little bit this morning.
That was nice, Sean.
That's been a popular choice.
Yeah.
Again, Black Widow pink, urethane, popular choice. Purple Hammer. There's been some pitch blacks. Some IQ 78Us.
I did see the 70. Matty pulled out the 78 yesterday. I saw that.
He had it working this morning, but again, I think it's just a complete change of his game plan.
Yeah.
He cut his angles down completely.
Yeah. As he said, he did his best Hagen impersonation.
Yeah. Absolutely. If you just joined us, you're watching C Squad, Squad 3 overall of the 2024 Cactus Classic. $10,000 to the winner tomorrow afternoon. We got to get to 32 participants. We'll have 7 more advance in this squad. Then tonight at 6 p.m. local, 9 p.m. Eastern, 1 more squad. We'll get 7 more players, and then the nightcap will be the Desperado 2-game sprint, where we've had a tie for the 4th and final spot. There'll be 4 spots total available. We've had a tie in each of the last 2 years in the Desperado for the last spot. So we'll probably be here about 1 something because it'll be a tie again. But it's all worth it in the end.
Need to get you out here at a better time of the year. Although you were here in October for Carl's. I can't remember what the weather was like. How was the weather when you came out?
No, I think it was still relatively warm. It wasn't as warm as it is now.
This is just stupid hot right now.
It wasn't as warm.
It was even worse last week. This actually feels pretty good compared to what it was like last week.
It was worse last week.
It was rough last week. Oh, man.
Well, I'm thankful that I'm here when I am. Man said it was worse last week. That's tough.
It was rough.
I said yesterday when I left home it was 70.
Oh.
Yeah, you know, kind of one of those. Chicago will throw in a random 70-degree day in the summertime.
Yeah.
Just to get you. It's like the preparation. Right? When the 70 hits, it's like, okay, well, 95's coming.
Yeah.
With the 100% humidity.
Exactly.
And then the 102s will hit not shortly after that.
Yeah.
My guy Dylan Taylor is over on 9 and 10. I learned that Dylan and I share a birthday.
Yeah. Heard your comments on that. You've got like 30 or 40 people you know now.
Went from being like maybe 2 people to like 20. But hey.
Another good look from Sean there. Very nice.
Is Sean a Cubs fan like his brother?
I have no idea.
Okay. I always talked to Wyatt about that. Oh, I see it. Never mind. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
I see it.
In black.
Yep.
Yeah.
I knew it. It's unbelievable. Cubs fans everywhere.
So I'm looking, and it looks like.
Oh, that is Wyatt, I think. Yeah, that's Wyatt.
Yeah, Sean Wyatt goes by both.
That's what throws.
Yeah.
He told me this before, right? So in the chat earlier, it was Sean. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, I know why. I saw him earlier. And then you said it.
Ben Perry with the front 7 here,
Oh, yeah.
getting up in the 8th frame on lane 10.
Quick look.
Oh, black clouded him. Sorry about that, Ben.
It's okay. It's what we do here.
So William here in front of me black clouded me yesterday because he said, made a comment on the thread yesterday, wish John would bowl like that on Wednesday nights.
He did. Oh, that was him.
He's my teammate. Yeah, because right in the middle of my wonderful Game 7. So, yeah, it was this William. Yes.
Well, yeah, William's got to. He's got to do something.
But he's not wrong. He's not wrong. I've been terrible this summer. Terrible. It's only a summer league, right? So you shouldn't care. But we've actually been rotating between here and R.H. Johnson Lanes, which is the bigger center in Sun City West. And this house plays pretty easy, frankly, on the house shot. But R.H. Johnson has been a challenge for everybody, not just me, but me especially. So he's not wrong.
RH is, what, about 15, 20 minutes away?
Oh, not even that.
No.
Maybe 10.
Okay.
Maybe 10 minutes. Yeah. Sun City West, not too far north and west of here.
Great shot.
Sean's just figured something out real quick with that pink.
I've never liked sparing, but this is a little outrageous.
Not as bad as that hat. Not as bad as that.
I don't know first how bad my bullpen is, or just like how bad the White Sox got from last year.
I appreciate you for that. That was a welcome dig from Mr. Sean Wyatt Trzowski at the lowly White Sox.
Yeah. So, and you know, I'm a fan of the lowly team in the National League. So you, Rockies and the White Sox, I think they have a series coming up for ineptitude.
They do, actually.
Yeah. So it'll be the ineptitude series.
I think I was looking at that. I couldn't figure out if I was going to be home for that.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going to watch.
That's probably good for your soul.
I don't even want to watch the Rockies anymore.
We're getting close to, like Matt Cain with 5 in a row, getting close to, having to think back to Larry Walker. The Rockies, that's how, I feel like it's been that long.
Since they've been good?
Yeah. But I know that's not true.
That's really harsh.
Because Matt Holliday was excellent.
Yeah,
and went to a World Series.
Yeah, they had some good teams when Arenado was there, and
that's when it started.
Yeah, when they tied for the NL West and they had the play-in game with the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium that year to see who was going to win the NL West. Me and my boys, we drove out there because it's like, how often is this going to happen? And it was over in the first inning. But Arenado and Trevor Story hit back-to-back home runs in the top of the ninth, and like, okay, maybe there's a chance. But no, then they brought in, I can't remember who the closer was then, but all the Dodgers closers have always been good. So it was over after that. Oh, it was, I can't remember.
Probably too early for Kenley, right?
Not Kenley Jansen?
Yeah.
I think I've been too late for Kenley. It seems like he's been around longer than that. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Kenley Jansen. But boy, I'm really bad with names now, so I won't babble online. When I think of it, I'll let you know.
Gotcha. 230 for Andrew Kane. His look already seems to be better in comparison to this morning. And I don't think his look was bad. He still had a chance, actually, to he was working on 290 till about the 8th frame in Game 8 and went pocket 710. Ultimately, he still would have been short based on how Game 8 went for everybody else. But had he struck out, he would have got to plus 53. Jacob Buttrick, defending champion, just
doing what he does.
Just comes in.
Yeah.
Just keeps on doing it. Good dude. Means well, strikes a lot, wins a ton of tournaments. No carry there in the 7. Spare will put him in the 250s. Appreciate everybody in the chat. If my man Maurice is still watching, I saw your note earlier. Mo City, appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Please like, hit the thumbs up, share if you don't mind, and certainly subscribe. Bullstream TV YouTube channel. Another game in the 250s. We were giving Jacob a little bit of tough love for his jersey choice. Speaking of fans of team, America's team.
He and Dino, right? That's just that's what they wear. Rain or shine.
Good shot there from Sean. That's one that will have you saying a few words coming back to get that spare ball after making amends essentially with the first couple of frames of his game.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see after game one. So he was at -11, so
good spare.
That would have gotten him plus if he'd gotten that strike. Or given him a shot at plus anyway.
Ball change on the field for Jacob and leaves him with 5. This is not the U.S. Women's Open by any stretch, but that leave brings me to a story I heard from Liz Johnson a couple weeks ago at the U.S. Women's Open. And my man Curtis Von Kruger was creating a piece about Liz and, you know, of course, her historic history at that event. She's won it 6 times. And he asked her what, you know, why is it tough? What makes it so difficult? He asked a lot of players, former champions. And she said it was so tough, basically, or essentially it's so tough, doesn't want to give any pins away. She has never ball changed on the field at the U.S. Women's Open.
Really?
Just because pins are that valuable at that tournament. I had never heard anybody say that, but it makes
sense,
1,000% sense.
Yeah.
But that shot right there made me think back to that moment, like, you know, 5's a lot when you get down to it.
Yeah.
You miss by, you know, 6 or 4 in this case. Couple of good scores. The scoring pace overall for game 1. Right, that we had higher scores or more of those at the top in the first 2 squads. The 260s, the 270s. Had Matt Zweig shot 280 game 1 this morning. And of course I mentioned Jim Pratt shot 278. We saw that one on the feature pairs there. And unfortunate miscue in the 10th frame, 182. We're all done here in front of us. We'll go down to 1 and 2 full screen. Bob Wiley finishing up. He can get to 193 with a strike. So the couple of 240s that we did see in comparison, just from game 1, just only talking about game 1, were low at the top in comparison to what we've seen in the 2 previous squads. But I'll take 240. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Well, that's a great start. Insert sarcasm for Andrew Kane. Wow. The twirling 5 is still moving. It just finally stopped.
Yeah, it's about the 5 1/4 now.
He's going to make this. We'll see Dylan Taylor, Keith Fung about to hang out.
Look at you.
Bang.
Look at you.
You knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
Now working into game 3. See young Dylan, bottom of your screen. This is Keith Fung, though, at the top of your screen. Keith didn't bowl too bad. He was, I think, plus 11 this morning.
Yeah.
Yep, plus 11. Shot 243 on the end. I mean, I'm telling you, game 8 was just phenomenal. Especially those who were, if you were like 15th and higher, it seems like you shot 230 or better. That's just what it felt like.
And that's rough, right? Because you're just outside the number and you're thinking, okay, I just need to throw a decent number. And meanwhile, everybody's throwing a ton. It's like, nope, no chance.
I especially felt for Mark Myers, and that's funny because there's a Mike Barkis and a Mark Myers. You could easily say Mike Myers. But Mike Barkis was, he was right there. He had a very slow start. I mentioned 3-1-70 games, and took off running in game 4. Said he hadn't been able to, or hadn't played that straight in a long time, so it took him a few games to kind of get adjusted. He had 2-3 spares in the first 3 games.
Wow. Yeah, Barkas definitely likes to hook the lane. That is his A game.
Well, when he was able to do it, he got locked in. Uh-oh. Oh, Dylan. Oh, Dylan.
You're here for the entertainment, right, Dylan?
And he bowled on the wrong lane. First strike he's thrown all day, and it doesn't count. That's very Dylan Taylor-like. It's the New Mexico Open champion right there in 2022.
Was it 22 or 20? I think it was 20.
21?
Dylan.
Was it 21? I think it was 20. It was my first year streaming that event. I'm going to go with 21. Francois Lavoie won it last year. And then, Cortez won it in, I think, 23. No, wait.
Cortez won it in 22. Frankie won it last year.
I'm already speeding up.
Yeah, Dylan beat Frankie in 21.
I'm thinking it's 2025 already. I'm talking about 2024 champions, and it hasn't happened yet. That event will take place in August. And if you subscribe to Bowlstream TV, you could watch it, because I will be there at that event. Thanks to Steve Mackey. Appreciate all the wonderful tournament directors, including yourself, John. But I know this is not an easy job by any stretch.
It's rewarding, though. It's very cool as somebody who had never done it until this past year to see, a couple hundred bowlers come out, and it's like, it's because I had this idea. I want to run an event. Of course, I had to have Jamie say, yeah, use my title, run my format. But to see people come out, I say, hey, I'm going to take an event to a place, and then a couple hundred people come out with you. That's pretty cool. Giving away $5,000 4 times, also pretty cool.
That's great.
Yeah, we're going to start, a little tease here is that we're going to start doing something else in addition to these regionals. I'm planning smaller events. Not quite ready to announce it yet. By the time we get to the Kingman event, I should be able to announce it.
Okay.
But there'll be a special if you're in the Phoenix area. Stay tuned. Smaller, maybe a little bit more frequent events. Still a guaranteed prize fund. Just working out some details now with various houses, and we'll hopefully announce something soon.
So I asked Theo this question. I'm going to ask you as a tournament director. If someone wanted to, I asked Carl this yesterday. Someone was thinking about running a tournament and no experience. It would be their first time. What advice would you give a first-time new tournament director? And I'm sure it could be multiple things on, how to get it off the ground, whatever it might be. What would you say?
Well, first of all, you have to be the type of person who likes being an organizer, because you have to be wired that way. I think every Carl, and Theo, every TD I know of loves to put the puzzle pieces together, and you really got to be the type of person that loves to do that. If you're thinking about starting a new event, I mean, one of the reasons I started doing the TAT regionals is I saw a little bit of a gap in the market here. We have as you know, we have a lot of great tournament bowling here in the Valley.
Yes.
You've got Strike Force, you've got CBE, you've got Christy Thompson running events almost every other week. You've got Alley Cats running events, lots of really good TDs in town. But, there's probably a niche somewhere to be filled. And for me, the niche that I saw was an intermediate event, paying a bit more money and a little less frequent. Because people do want to bowl for that big money every once in a while.
Absolutely.
And if you can guarantee it, all the better. It's very hard to do. You better have a little bit of a bank account because you're probably going to absorb it for the first few. I certainly did. But if you believe in it and you see that people are coming out and you start tweaking, I've tweaked every event a little bit as I'm seeing what my bowlers want. And what works, what doesn't work, don't be afraid to jettison the ideas that you thought were great that aren't working. But you do need, if you're just getting started, you do need to be willing to, it's going to be hard at first. It's definitely going to be hard. You have to get your name out there. I mean, a lot of people knew me in the Valley, but a lot of people had no idea who I was. And so get your name out there, get involved in events. I've been involved, but people that know me as a bowler know that I'm not much of a bowler, but people know who I am, and they know I love the game. But get out there, maybe get into parts of your market where maybe you don't normally go. I wouldn't normally bowl an event like this, and no, I didn't bowl it for marketing. I bowled it because I actually thought I might do okay, and I did okay. So, I'm kind of rambling, trying to think of other things, but listen to your customer. Listen to what they have to say. There's always going to be people complaining. That's another thing. And this is definitely true of every single TD in the universe. You better have a thick skin. And you better be able to stick to your guns when you know you're doing something right. I won't go into details, but in every event, I have somebody challenging me on this or that or the other thing. And, you need to listen to them. But if you know that the decision you made about this or whatever you're doing is right, then stick to your guns. And people will respect that. So it doesn't mean you shouldn't be listening to good advice, and I have done that as well.
Well, I'll be honest. I've been, it's been, I won't call it a bucket list thing, but, just looking ahead, like, I think it'd be great to bring a 10K event somewhere. Preferably for me, it would be in the Chicagoland area, which is where I'm from.
Sure. So
I'd love to be able to have that in the backyard. So, the community will have an opportunity. And then, of course, Chicago's obviously a great place, great city. You should get some out-of-towners, maybe some folks from Arizona, right? People will come for the right thing. They will make the moves and, put the tournament fund account going and get that going, save up whatever they got to do if they feel it's worth it. And so in my head, I've been thinking about those things. Not anytime soon. It's like teaching. I'm like, yeah, you can see yourself being a teacher, but I don't know if I still have enough patience yet to do that. But my kids are teaching me every day.
Yeah, they're the teachers.
Jordan Harrison. I'm bowling with Dylan Taylor. We got Ryan Howard next door, Christine Johnston. And
Annie Riley.
Thank you. Good shot.
Annie's a solid bowler.
She sounded like, I thought I heard her talking to Bob before we started. It sounded like she had just made a decision to bowl this morning.
Oh, really?
It sounded like, I can't quote, I don't want to misquote her, but it sounded like it was a late decision to just say, you know what, let's do it.
No, she's solid. She totally should be bowling these. She's one of the best lady bowlers in the valley.
Well, again, in Theo's format, my thought process, I talked about it yesterday, was you got to beat 6 people in your squad. I mean, that's really, or theoretically, being the top 7. So it's, you just got to worry about 6 other people. It's not a post your number, wait around.
Really do like that format.
Right. Push.
It's hard to do.
I'm curious who we got watching and maybe where we're watching from. So if you wouldn't mind, those of you who are in a position to type and letting us know where you're watching from. You don't have to put your business out there if you don't want to. That's totally okay. I always like to get a sense. I know we've got several local viewers, but we got occasionally, especially no matter what the event is, but people like to watch bowling, and typically they watch from around the country and internationally for that matter too. Oh, D-Ron. The 2024 USBC Masters champion. Sir, you don't have to apologize to me for not making it. It would have been cool to see you, though. But I assume I would still see you in August. Now, if you don't make it to the New Mexico Open, then you must be really busy. That's right. Kevin is getting ready to bowl at 6 o'clock. He's been watching every squad, so I appreciate Kevin. Dennis, I love that. I love your answer. My couch. I can be on board with that. Leaves the mind open for intrigue. Where is said couch? Andrew Kane is figured something out. I think it looks like maybe he's moved a little further left.
Yeah, that looked really, really direct.
Yes.
And 19.7 miles an hour on the radar gun here, and probably a lot faster off his hand than that.
Joe's watching from Jacksonville, Florida. I have a good friend stationed in the Navy there for a few years. Shout out to my friend Ashley Gordon. She's living in Jacksonville now, too. Brianna Cote made it home safely.
To return tomorrow.
She bowled well, and we'll be back at it tomorrow for match play. Oh, that's right, D-Ron. That makes a lot of sense. You got a lot of things going, Bowl Expo. Got to have a Masters champion. You represent some brands. You're involved. Man's got some new responsibilities. Congratulations again, D-Ron. Look forward to talking with you in person.
That was an amazing, amazing show to watch. So happy for him.
North Canton, Ohio. Paul G is in England. We've got Anderson, California in the building. Appreciate you guys for sharing. Johnston looking pretty solid. We should have a Game 2 update regarding scores. Take a look at those. Again, click the pinned link atop the chat for your Game 2 totals.
Not quite yet.
All right, Theo is working on those, so they do update theoretically in real time, so I will wait a little bit. He's got a few scores entered, but not all. This squad is a little bit larger. 40 players on this squad. John, this squad looks like, I mean, we're in the Game 3, and some players, not all, especially righties, some of them are starting to really try to open up the lane. I mean, Keeson that was about 18.
Yep.
I think Ed Smagler's around that same area of the lane on 3 and 4. And I feel like we saw a few players on your squad yesterday, right, start to do a little bit of that early. We'll see how that kind of plays out. This would be a very, very big confidence booster for Christine Johnson if she can not only bowl well, but certainly advance. Going through some difficult stretches on tour, having a difficult season. I know she's been working hard. Riley starting to get down on 7 and 8. Strikes are starting to rain. Oh yeah, you're back. Not to bring up old stuff, John, but we were just talking about the White Sox in the Rockies situation. They are playing this weekend.
Oh, is it this weekend?
Yes. The White Sox defeated the Rockies.
No, I'm not surprised.
11-3.
The Rockies can lose to anyone.
If the White Sox are beating them, I just go to that other team's record and go, oh, they must be bad, this other team. That's what I did to Tampa Bay earlier in the season. The Sox swept them, and I was like, wait, is Tampa Bay not the Tampa Bay that we're used to seeing? And they're not.
Yeah. Yeah, and Baltimore is now the team, right? So
oh, yeah. That's the squad.
it's amazing. Sir, tables have turned.
Ed Smaglik with another strike over on 3 and 4. I think he can get to 201. Oh, we'll take that carry. That's a solid 4 in a row. And he shot 163 in game 1. Unsure of game 2 at this point, but either way, if she can finish out this game, she's making up a lot of pins. Were you able to, for the most part, John, stay away from splits to a degree?
Until
minus that game.
Yeah, if you don't, that game, when I was not missing spares, I was leaving splits. So, yeah, you know, I really did. And that's kind of become an artifact of me playing straighter overall, is I'm not leaving as many splits in general. And the same was pretty much true yesterday. My problem now is making makeables. So I figured it out. I ran the numbers because I'm that way. I left 96 pins out there and missed makeables yesterday. That's you know,
yeah,
that's unacceptable.
Right. That's tough, but that is the look in the mirror we all have to do when we decide to enter these events. Good shot there from Dylan. Still seeing a decent amount of urethane too.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sean had the front 5 with that pink over there on 1 and 2. Just left a 10 pin.
Over on 9 and 10. Opportunity at 270.
267. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 267. Excuse me. I thought that was a spare up there.
Not sure who that is.
It was Matthew Holmes. Kind of got the jersey that it's like an old Dixie cup, old coffee cup design. Once I'll take you to his 10th frame. You guys will know exactly what I'm talking about. Just think old coffee cup, and then you'll see his jersey, and you'll think, oh, okay, it'll come together. Keith in the situation. Started this, but we're seeing that look a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
What the heck's going on?
Yeah, where I thought I threw it good, and it did not do anything like I expected it to do. Yeah.
In a weird way, right? I think sometimes re-entering is difficult. And the reason I say that is, right, you've obviously accumulated, or we assume, right, if you're re-entering, you're going to apply what you learned into this new squad, right? And I'm sure Keith is doing that, and everyone else is attempting to do that as well. And then it's like, if you get to a point where you feel that what you learned may take you away from maybe what the rest of the field is doing, quote unquote, right? You might trust your own, still trusting your own instincts at that, because you just bolt. So you've got first-hand experience that no one else does unless they also have re-entered. So I feel like there's always that small little catch-22 that you could run into. Same thing with that. I mean, I think he's made that conscious effort to get a little further left quicker. That's Smagler I'm talking about. All right, let me take you over to Matthew Holmes. He did miss. But not only did he miss, unfortunately, super washout. But I was describing his jersey. It's the old coffee cup right there.
Okay. Yeah.
See if he can make this. Seen the super washout made once. I saw it earlier today. It's got a chance.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, well done. Matthew Holmes. He was, I think he was in the building close to the end of this morning's squad, getting a look.
Just what I'm reading off of Keith's last 2 shots here is that, at least for him, at least the angle he's playing, it's very, very touchy. I think, you know, he felt really good about that previous shot. He thought off his hand. It looked like his body language. He felt pretty good about that shot, and yet it didn't quite read the lane as well. My eyes aren't good enough to know whether he hit the exact same spot, but it looked like he was in the same area of the lane. So very speed sensitive, I think. He changed balls, and that's way right. And that's like, okay, that's not at all.
All things considered, able to save 160 right there. Now, we know low games aren't the end-all, be-all to a degree. It does depend on, I think, where they are.
Yeah.
If the low games are early, you know, obviously you got a few more games to.
It's too soon, Emil. Too soon.
Yes, I was not directly talking in your direction. But yes. I honestly looked up, and I didn't even know you shot 268 until I looked at the scores, and it might have been on the high end at that point.
Yeah, it was.
And I'm going, okay, let's go, John.
Yeah, I imagine more than a few people were shocked. Probably more, not as much as I was. That's a nice shot from Dellin.
DT. Being the 2-0s.
He had a couple of ring 10s that game. Could have been a lot better.
Most just classic Dylan Taylor, keeping it around the 1-3.
Lots of surface.
One mismakeable.
Actually, not a lot of surface on that one. Medium.
Keep grinding it out.
+3.
We'll take it. All right, let's take a look at where are we? What's happening over on 1 and 2? Now they got a few frames left. We'll go to 9 through 12 first. Just to make sure. Tim Eichhorn's down there. Brian Hernandez. And who I believe Gary Zarek, thank you. He came over to Theo prior to the start of this squad and said, I'm being told, or I said one or the other, that he might be he's probably the oldest competitor in the field. He was like, I should get in the ward already. He was a funny guy. I think he said he was 70 though.
Yeah, I think he's around 70. I think I might have been the oldest one on my squad yesterday. I'm trying to think if there was anyone older.
May I ask what that age is?
62.
How about that? Well, you don't look.
Thank you. Well,
you're welcome.
A few more years of tournament directing, and I might.
Right.
I'm just trying to figure out a way
the
to.
end of the year.
Yeah.
There is Gary. That's a pretty good shot too.
Incoming general manager for the R.H. Johnson Bowling Center, actually. Just got hired on.
Gary?
Yeah.
Oh,
Gary.
how about that?
Yeah.
What, it's just general managers galore.
All over the place. He's really good. He's going to be great for that center. They had a great outgoing. Actually, Mike Hardesty's dad, Barry Hardesty, was the previous GM there, and he just retired a few months ago. And Gary just got the job. So
wow.
He starts on the 1st, which is, what is that, tomorrow?
That's, I was going to say, I think it's Monday.
Monday. Yep.
Obviously, I know there's the area itself. The community is a senior, community from an age perspective. And I know there's a lot of really good senior players in the vicinity too. And I was thinking this seems like a good area for some senior regional type events.
You know, used to be at Arch Johnson, the Senior Saguaro Open used to be a PBA 50 event. And it ran for a few years even after it wasn't on PBA 50. And then it shut down a couple of years ago. It's a shame. I think, yes, that especially be an ideal location. PBA 50 to come back. I'd love to see it. I'm sure a lot of people would love to see it.
It's funny, it's weird for me, not weird, but it lets me know, like, this is how I think the game now, because I've been around, you know, tours for so long at this point. Just always thinking that when I get to a city or an area that seems like, you know, this would be great for X, Y, and Z. This area, great for a senior tournament.
Yeah.
Talking about Arizona earlier, and Josh, like, hey, women's tour haven't been back to Arizona a couple of years. Anybody interested? And, you know, I'm always being somewhat selfish, too. Like, I thought Arizona was great to hold I'm sure Brianna Cote wouldn't mind staying in the same state to bowl on tour as well. 1 and 2 finishing up.
At a 232 from, that was Sean, right? I think it was Sean.
I believe so,
yep.
Yep. And then we've got, I believe that's Patrick Kiefer finishing up on lane 1 and get to 201. I think that is Aaron Carabell who just crossed over. Quick refresh on the scores. We do have scores again after 2, so if you want to refresh or click the pinned link again. Ben Perry plus 99 after 2 games. 245, 254. Jacob Buttroff 244, 253 plus 97 for Buttroff after 2. Andrew Kane third at plus 48. Ed Smaglick was fourth after 2 plus 35. Corrine Acuff was 5th at plus 32. A little bit of a drop off there at Jason Anderson plus 11, and then there was a tie for 7th between Tim Eichhorn and Michael Arce at plus 5. Keith Fung at plus 2. He took a little bit of a hit in game 3, but the scores right now are low enough to where you can certainly make up the difference with as many games as you got right now. All right, we're all done over on 1 and 2. Get you back over to 5 through 8 here, new group. John, I know I said 3 games, but I'm going to hold you to 4 if you're good with that.
I'm good with that. I'm going to be here for a while, so I'm happy if you're happy. See, Gary Zarek to the right and Shelly Zarek to the left. That's his wife. She made a really great run at her first ever Senior Queens in Vegas.
Was it this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She I can't remember how she finished, but she made match play.
He asked me was I at Senior Queens, and I said no, not this year, but I have done that event in the past for Bowl TV. Of course, I work for the USBC on Bowl TV brand and network also. But he did not say that his wife had Bowl, but now it all makes sense. That was a really good event this year. It always is. I think it's one of the most underrated events. That and the International Golden Ladies, 2 wonderful senior tournaments for our senior women.
Yeah, it was Shelly's first time doing it. I talked to her about it afterwards, and it's like, she's solid. She's always been solid. But I think it was her realization, I can do this. You know, you get out there in that field, and she bowled really well. She was right in the thick of things in the match play, and she's like, I'm definitely doing this again. She's got not that she didn't have the bowling bug before, but it's like, okay, I can step it up, and I can bowl with the big girls.
There's 2 instances today that have kind of struck me, no pun intended. One, this morning, I believe it was Joshua Chandler. And unfortunately, he had a game of less than 100 this morning. But the next game, he shot 235.
Oh, wow.
And Theo was telling me how, you know, relatively still new to the game, but, you know, he's put in the work, going through the process of learning, improving, and then he said he, you know, was at a point where he felt like he wanted to challenge himself, so he entered the tournament. Which, and I told Theo at the time, you know, sometimes I get spoiled, right? I get to watch professionals bowl. I get to watch really good collegiate players bowl. Our youth talent is so good that it looks like you're watching professionals from time to time.
Right.
So you get spoiled in this role, and I'm thankful to be where I am. But it brought me back, like, because that was very refreshing to hear that. Like, you know, at the end of the day, we still want people to enter the sport and then get good enough, or at least enjoy it enough where they want to keep improving and then keep bowling. And then what you just described with Shelly, you know, even at that tournament, right? Just thinking of from the amount of years, and I don't know how long she's been bowling, but you know, it's the senior queens, right? So there's a you got to be eligible, right? So if she's been bowling a long time, or even if it's a little, she felt like, you know, she threw herself out there and said, "Hey, I can do this." That's refreshing to me.
Yeah, I got another one for you. That Michael Arce started bowling, I want to say about less than 2 years ago.
Okay. Wow.
And here he is. What he's in the number net right now, right?
He is. Yes.
Yeah. So he's been bowling my tats too. So he's bowling everything he can bowl. He's just like, give me more. And
that's
you
good.
love to see that.
That's great. It really is. It's fun, man. You get to see the next, I won't even say generation, right? Because we just talked about a couple of players at varying parts of their life, varying ages, you know, of their bowling lives and their actual lives as well. And then, you know, maybe Josh will bowl again, he'll bowl next year, and then who knows, right? I mean, what if he comes back here next year and makes match play?
Yeah.
Right? That's ultimately the goal. What if Shelly finds herself in the finals next year in the USBC Queens? I mean, the senior Queens. Yeah. Or the Queens, for that matter.
And Corrine's a good example of that, right? Corrine's been a solid player here in the Valley for a while, and she said, you know what, it's time to see what I can do. And she made a show, her like second or third event made the
third one.
Yeah.
Or fourth, one or the other.
It was the Queens, right?
Yeah, but it was the Queens. We had 2 rookies that year make the show.
Yeah.
Which was, and then Corrine's was even more impressive because she had a finger injury.
Right.
Late, and I forgot which day. But yeah, she was able to battle through that and make the show.
Yeah. And she looked cool as a cucumber on TV, like she'd been doing it a million times. And you know, she was battle tested here in town, but that's not the same.
Sure.
As being on national TV. So.
Oof. Boy, that was almost tough.
Yeah. So you know, if you're sitting out there watching right now and you're in the Valley, and there's room this afternoon.
There is room.
There's room this afternoon, and hey, I showed up yesterday. There's a lot of bowlers here who would say, "Oh, you don't have a chance." You do have a chance. When the pattern's tough, everybody's really got a chance. I mean, if you're a competitive bowler, you figure things out. Somebody matches up with every pattern.
Could be Tyler Milbrand, who has joined us here on 5 and 6. Tyler is with Michael Sagadin. We mentioned Matthew Holmes. Shelly over there putting in work. Over on 3 and 4. Ooh, good shot there from Gary. We got John Mayer and Tim Eichhorn on 7 and 8. I didn't see what Annie finished with. I'm hoping it was 220, 230 though. D-Ron, saw your note about re-entering. D-Ron said last year he had to re-enter, and it was happy to see a new approach to the next 8 games that worked out. Seeing what you did wrong the first time and not making the same mistakes again, obviously, of course, that's what you're hoping for. That's the whole goal.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works out. I'd be curious what the data would be on, you know, entrants who've re-entered whatever tournament it is.
Stats in terms of making the cut.
Just to see if they, you know, what the percentage is that they made the cut.
Yeah.
Acorn. Tim is, I feel like he's made match play here at least once, maybe twice. And I could be getting my events mixed up. Could be New Mexico Open or this one. But I know he's been in some match play scenarios that I've watched. Cortez Shank talking about re-entering. See where Cortez was after 2.
Looks like he's
+1 after 2.
yeah, he's doesn't really look like he's got his feel here. He's got spare, open, spare, 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 strike, spare. It's not the Tez we're used to seeing.
He got going late this morning, and we were talking about the one game situation, and he had a game. He shot 174 on 5 and 6. He left 4 splits on the left lane.
Wow.
So he was in the number. Of course, he gave back pins. Went down to 3 and 4, and it was almost like a new pair. And bowled well. He ended up shooting 234. I think he probably had 260. He had 260 out there, split in the 9th, struck out in the 10th for 230. And then 219. He actually was bowling on the pair with David Leverage. And so, I don't know if those two were score watchers or knew what was happening or what could have happened. But it was, at least, from my from my vantage point, it was perfect.
Was Tess playing straight?
Not later.
Okay.
Not when I was I should say when he got to this viewing range,
Okay.
he was not playing straight. He was, in fact, he was throwing it really good. He was playing in at that point. But just the left lane, lane 5, gave him some hiccups. He was solid there.
Third arrow, just late 7-10 going out there.
Another 4-9 left. That's been a common split today. Once Matthew Holmes is back up, if anybody paying attention to, I won't call his style unique, but I feel like you don't see a lot of one-handed. He looks to be a one-handed thumbless bowler. You don't see that too much.
No.
Or some could be in it for all I know. I'm going to look closer now just to make sure. How did you get your start in the game, John? What got you involved? How'd you get going in bowling?
My parents were both bowlers. My mom was actually pretty good back in the day. Not good enough to be a pro, but the higher level of local bowlers back in the day. My dad was a consistent bowler every week, so I grew up bowling. My parents owned a print shop in Old Town Scottsdale, and so every Sunday morning they'd go into work and they'd drop me off at Old Papago Lanes on Scottsdale Road, 9 a.m. on Sunday morning, where you could bowl 4 hours for $2.35, not per game. That was for 4 hours for $2.35.
Wow.
So I'd throw 20 games every Sunday morning. So yeah, that's how I got started. Bowled competitively since my teens. Never was really good. Always kind of second fiddle to the really good bowlers in our junior program at Frontier Lanes in Scottsdale. But I think I mentioned to you before, do have a bowling pedigree in our family. Katie Verbal,
Oh, that's right.
my
That's
niece, one-time holder of the highest series for women in the country when she had a 300, 279 back in the day. Since been surpassed, I think, twice.
Is she still in Wichita?
She is. And yeah, she and her brother still live in Wichita. So. She comes out. She and her brother come out usually once a year, once or twice a year, around when their anniversary of their dad's death. My oldest brother. We go out and at a gravesite and hang out and have dinner.
Boy, Keith Fong just made, I can't remember what it was in the 8th, but then he just made 5 through the middle. So back-to-back splits made for Keith Fong. He's got a chance to save 2-0. Now that's the kind of stuff that gets you to a cut.
Yeah.
Pacing is slightly off. That's happened to almost every squad at one point.
I should have changed jerseys.
Nothing compared to yesterday, man.
I can't take my jersey and move this city. There's a reason why I'm wearing the second shirt.
For the, I don't know how many times I've said it. I told the viewers, really starting yesterday, there'd probably be at least once or twice where I would describe, you know, a player who is coming back to the settee in between 6 and 7 and stands directly under the ceiling fan. This time it is John Mayer, who was getting a little extra air.
That fan feels really good after bowling down here, although I don't think it's anywhere near as warm as it was yesterday.
No, it's not. No, not even close. And I was not bowling. You know, Leia and I actually were in the booth, and we both were warm.
Yeah.
And that's kind of when we knew that if it's warm up here, then it's, you know, hot in the settee.
I'm glad they got that resolved. And, you know, yet another reason why having separate cuts per squad, and that whole squad equity thing, nobody can say, well, yeah, but I had to bowl in the squad where it was really hot. Yep, we all did that were on that squad. So some of us dealt with it better than others. And I was the others.
Kate Killian in the chat.
Kayleen, you coming out and bowling? You need to be out here, lady.
Okay, is trying to scroll up and see your full comment. She said the cut is similar to the early squads in the tournament. Yeah, this one is it's on par with what we saw yesterday. So far, the 7 a.m. is kind of like an anomaly to this point.
It was a loaded squad.
And I was just saying, part of it is even to the majority, the talent level as a group was really remarkable. And that means nothing about the talent in this squad, but as a whole, with count the number of champions, and the list kept going.
Yeah.
On this morning squad. I mean, it took plus 90. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 90 over today, this morning, to make the number. 90.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be high. I don't think anybody would have predicted it being that high.
Yesterday, minus 10. Today, plus 90. Unbelievable.
I'd say we're on a track now for it's probably going to be what, maybe plus 20, plus 30 range today.
Yeah, the way it's tracking, Ben Perry was stomping them. Plus 145 through 3. Jacob Buttriff plus 111. 2 lefties, actually 3 lefties. Leading this squad. Andrew Kane plus 46. This is a 30-pin drop-off from 3rd to 4th. Brian Chamber and Ed Smaglik are tied at plus 16. Corrine Acuff, her scoring pace has dipped a little bit. She's now plus 11, but she's 6th. And Cortez Shank just hanging around right now, grinding at plus 10.
And to your earlier point about re-entries, you notice that 5 of those 7 are re-entries.
Put that knowledge to use immediately. I was a little surprised to see Matt Zweig here this morning. I figured he would re-enter, but he wouldn't bowl at 7. But that was obviously a great decision.
Yeah, hats off to him, right? Because I'm sure he knew the squad was loaded. He said, I'm going to put the pedal in the metal. I'm going to go.
I like Matthew Holmes here. He's definitely a thumbless, one-handed thumbless player. Always makes me think about Mike Miller. I see people doing things now, and I just think, maybe you'll just go try it. You'll hang out with your kids where they're bowling. You'll just try random stuff, see how it goes.
It's crossed my mind to try two-handed, just for grins. But with a 62-year-old back, I might not be grinning very long, or might be more grimacing than grinning by the time I'm done. I mean, the rev rate is, let's face it, it's sexy. When you see that many revs being able to be generated, it's like, that would be fun.
Absolutely. John Mayer, 204, Eichhorn, 215. And if Gary can find a way to strike here on the first shot, find himself in the 202 team possible situation. Good shot there from Milbrand. Tonight, folks, we've got squad at 6 p.m. local, 9 p.m. Eastern time, and then immediately following our final squad, which will be D squad tonight, we'll have a 2-game sprint, the Desperado squad. I forgot what the entry fee is for that, but it's less than a re-enter. It's certainly less than a full or regular qualifying squad. 2 games, and the top 4 will round out the field of 32 players who we'll have tomorrow for match play. Annie Riley next door. She can get to 225. There are a lot of Ben Perry fans earlier in the chat. So I still don't know Ben to that level, but I told Theo earlier, like, every time I see him bowl, he's striking. and
he's just solid. And his mental game, his mental game is just on point. You do not see him going up or down. He's just, you can't really tell by looking at him whether he's doing great or not. I love people that are just level like that, because I tend to be demonstrative. So I get a little bit jealous of the people that can just kind of keep it all under wraps. It's like, yep, I threw a strike. That's exactly what I expected to do. Yeah, he's got a great mental game and obviously a great physical game. So what he's doing right now, not really a surprise. $100 for the Desperado entry.
Thank you. It makes so much sense when you describe his mental game that way, because of I still remember, I just don't remember the opponent, but I mean, he went down to the wire with whoever it was the inaugural Cactus Classic, and late in the match play situation, and pulled it off. And I think the next match might have been very similar, and he ended up losing. But the dude was, he needed a double in the 10th. He was getting it. That's not the easiest thing to do, especially as the stakes get higher.
Right. Just staying in the moment, not thinking about everything that's going on outside.
I think for me, whether he goes on to lead this squad, but certainly if he advances, the thing for me I'm going to remember about Ben, and then I'll figure out if that will remain the same tomorrow, is how he basically made a risk, or took a risk, in that game, or frame 7 of the last game of qualifying this morning, and to improve his carry. He saw what was happening around him. Scores were high just for game 8, so it's like, well, if I don't do something, I'm not going to make it. And he pulled out that reality, which is a reactive ball. He was throwing urethane probably all day, and he saw the look. It was instant too. It was just like, all right. And then he starts with reactive here, and is obviously you see the results. But I think he's seeing what he saw late and is able to put it together already. That's, to me, when I watch, players at the next level always consuming information and, obviously trying to make confident ball changes, et cetera, and so forth. But, that was the prototypical, let's take a risk here. The worst that's going to happen is I'm not going to make the cut and I'm going to re-enter. But the information I'm going to gather is going to be worth it.
Absolutely.
Because I can apply it, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see, too. I mean, obviously the lanes have been transitioning. From what I could see, he's still throwing that same ball. Last time I saw him anyway, way down there. But to stick with it and say this is the ball, and I'm going to adjust from there, which is what I'm guessing is happening. Keep an eye on him when he gets back up again to see if he's throwing that same ball. But you're right, that's what differentiates the real bowlers, the top tier bowlers from those of us who wish we were, is knowing not only I need to make a change, but knowing the change they need to make and committing to it. A lot of us, and I'm certainly in that boat, say, okay, well, I think I need this ball. It's all the difference in throwing that and being convinced it's the right ball and not
right.
You have to actually visualize, okay, I can see what this ball is going to do before I throw it. It's hard for a lot of us to do that, but the top tier players can do that.
And to go from urethane to reactive that late in the game, and in the block too, I mean, it's not like he went from urethane to urethane. He went, like 8 covers up, if you will.
Did he completely change his line as well?
No, he was in a similar spot, which was even more impressive, right? Now, he had to change it slightly because he was really going up like, I would say around 15-ish, like right up the board. So, of course, he had to give it away a little bit with reactive. And, I mean, he all 10 down first shot. And then he got it going up the lane as opposed to feeding it away. He got it going up the lane the next frame and ended up leaving an 8 count, which ultimately was the difference. He wouldn't have had enough anyway, all things considered, after the scores were finished. But he still had a chance at that particular moment in time, which is why he took the chance. But it's paying off right now. Milbrandt trying to finish at 195.
Very forward roll.
Oof. Tyler not throwing it too bad here. Let's see where Tyler is in the standings after 3. Minus 55. Ready to get him to 185. We've seen a couple of 4.9s made already today.
Not a chance. Nope.
One ain't too bad either. 184 for Milbrandt. Again, 7th was plus 10 after 3 games, with plus 9 and 8. Bob Wiley plus 2. Tim Eichhorn minus 6. Annie Riley did shoot 220. And I think she just finished another solid game. Annie Riley might be working her way on up the leaderboard here. After 4 games, Christine Johnson is in striking distance, no pun intended. How about Aaron Yamamoto? He shot 123 on 7 and 8. Then followed with 216, 244. Very interested to see what his change was.
Oh, yeah, there you go, Aaron. If
it was nothing or just a ball, one ball.
I can give him grief for bowling even lower than I did. So one thing I'm noticing, and a lot of scores have flipped over now, is a lot of 2-0s, but that's like it. I'm not seeing anything over 2-0 this game, at least not yet. Possible over here on 1 and 2 for a 214. 2-0, 2-0 there. The thing that struck me yesterday as I was encountering the transition was that for me, they were opening up until I came back down to the low end. And so I'm not sure if anybody's seeing that sort of a transition now. I don't know if it was an artifact of where I was on the lane, you know, in the house or not. But I had room 4, 5, and 6. I could start missing right, stay soft with it. It would climb the hill. Mixers, light mixers, high flush, everything was working. I don't really see anybody. Well, there's somebody a little bit soft on the outside. It's similar. That's
Sean, I think. I talked about him earlier. I like the shot he was, well, his fill shot at the particular time. Yeah, I thought 5 and 6 was games 5 and 6. Or the one game, or I should say the 2 games where, and it might have been, you know, maybe pair to pair for sure, definitely on that squad yesterday, but it seemed like it's been about the game where players look the most confused on, you know, what's happening. You know, the transition is really bothering them in that sense, and so it becomes all right, let's just make spares and get off the pair and get to the next game situation. It felt like it was game 6 earlier today, which to me was a game later than yesterday. But it also could be just relative to what I can see here on the low end. Sorel Cardenas. He went to UNLV. Oof. Wow. Where is Sorel? I forgot he was bowling. It's a former junior Team USA member right there. He struggled. 197, 161, 200. Minus 42, but looking at 220.
Yep.
Dylan Taylor, 181. Shelly. I'm so looking forward to like talking to Shelly now about her experience at the Senior Queens. I think I saw that's the most recent or players I should say named to the Team USA squad that'll be heading to Reno. Some Pan Am American Bowling Championships in August. I think late August, and the Queens champion will be representing the Senior Queens champ, Kathy Ledford. I believe she was selected to represent Senior Team USA. Dana Osick, I believe, also on that team. Dana has been, well, she won the Senior Queens a couple years back. All right, 1 and 2 is complete. We've been talking about Cortez, so let's take a look at Cortez. We'll see him up close. We'll see Sorel up close. We'll see Shelly up close. In Middle Williams Jr., we've got John Verbal in the booth. I want to thank all of our sponsors here for the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. That includes John, True Amateur Tournaments Desert Southwest TD, Tournament Director. Chuck's Painting. Chuck is bowling here in this squad. Thanks to Apparel EFX. Shout out to Brianna Cote and husband Randy. Of course, Theo Duthay is the Tournament Director, but he also has another business that you may not know about called Bro Dogs. So if you need a hot dog, looking for a company party, kid's birthday party, something to solidify, and maybe hot dogs are on your items, things to do, you should contact Theo. Bro Dolls was represented last year. Appreciate Theo's dad coming out and battling of course, the Arizona heat, making some hot dogs during some breaks out on the parking lot. Thanks to Brunswick. Also, of course, Team Agent Ong and Carl Ong and family. And Ramsey Auto Center. Again, proud sponsors here of the CBE 10K Cactus Classic.
And we may have just seen the slowest 10-pin in the history of bowling there on Josh Williams on lane 5. You do replays anymore?
Yeah, because I missed it. So let's see if I can find it.
I mean, the machine was probably about a half an inch away when it fell.
The slowest 10-pin. What lane was it?
5.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. All right, let's see. Josh Williams, slow-moving 10-pin. Here we go. Let's see if we can get there. Oh, it's a little bit. All right, let me back it up. Let's back it up. This is replay. Replays being replayed now. Everything goes so well. You get that one replay where it lines up properly and then it doesn't, and then it doesn't give you what you need. Now I might have to wait till it's over. All right. I'm sorry, John. But I might save it later and play it. That's a good sign, though, for Josh. You know, he was close yesterday.
Right.
Every time I see him bowl, he's right there on the number.
He's sneaky. He's
right
sneaky.
There. He is right there on the number.
I mean, very, very consistent. Never really seen him throw crazy errant shots. Always right around the pocket. Loves to get the light mixers.
This is game 5. We have moved on to the second half of the block. This is C squad. Again, so many variants in our numbers between from squad to squad. Yesterday, A squad bowled 7th place. Again, top 7 advanced in each squad. 7th was -10. This morning's B squad was +90. Now, JJ, that's a great question. JJ, I just realized it was like you, like that JJ. Shout out to JJ. Good to see you in the chat. Appreciate you tuning in. JJ asked a good question. He said, who might be, well, who's outside of the top 7 that might have the best chance of making it? And I got to be honest, JJ, if it's anything like the last 2 squads or the first 2, because really didn't see Mark Mazzulla on his way to run down the number yesterday, right? But I think just like any other tournament, if you're within, I always like to say like 30 to 40 pins, you know, you're on my mind in that sense. But we saw Mazzulla throw back 7 during yesterday afternoon squad to get there. Today it was, I mean, everybody had a chance, it felt like this morning. But legitimately, there were 4 players, maybe 5 players who legitimately had a chance to make the previous spot. Today, the scores aren't all in, but Yeah, now I got to wait for all the scores to populate. But if I'm just looking at, I don't know where John Mayer is going to end up after this game, but Aaron and Aaron Yamamoto. We haven't seen Aaron since game 1 because he's been going right. But he has picked up the pace in the scoring department a ton. So I would say Yamamoto, I would say John Mayer. He too has improved. Those who look like they struggled first couple games are starting to see a much clearer picture. And there's been some times in the first 2 squads too where players who did start well started to see some transition and they kind of faltered a little bit near the end and just hoping to just kind of maintain. Like, to give you more context about this morning, Matt Jones and Brianna Cote, I think, were 5th and 6th respectively, or 4th and 5th, one or the other. But they both started with the front 6. Had they not, it's very possible that they would have missed the cut. Just because of the amount of, again, there were 4 games of 250 in game 8 and a couple of 240s. So they basically had to shoot. Bree for sure was about, I think, 15 pins or so back from Matt at the time. So she had to shoot 230 just to solidify. Like, 2-0 actually would have had them both miss the number. That's how wild that is. How about that? Okay, Sorrell. Is that another 4-9 right there?
Yep, that was a 4-9. Slid the 4 in front of the 9 just enough to knock it down.
Oh, the 4-9s have been, I heard him say easier. That's funny. A lot of people say that, though. That's Brianna Cote's favorite split to make, too. 4-9.
So Tez is not sure what to do. 9, 9, 9, 9.
Well, I tell you,
see it in his eyes.
It's already going better because this is the pair where he had trouble in the left lane early. All right, let's see if this replay works this time. That's good. We can see Sorrell. Right in front. That's solid. Looking at the pace, we've got some groups of 4 who are like in the 7th frame, and we've got some groups of 3 who are in the 3rd frame.
Looks like we got numbers through the first 4 games.
Okay. Ben Perry, man,
Just keeps on going. Plus 165.
It's impressive.
4. Yeah. He's averaging 241 on this pattern.
Be curious to see if he is still throwing the reality. Jacob Butcher, plus 147. Ed Smaglick now into 3rd at plus 59. Sean Wyatt Skowski, plus 18. Andrew Kane is 5th at plus 10. Look at the difference.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Quite a jump.
From 2nd to 3rd, and then at this point, of course, 3rd to 4th. Kane at plus 10 at 5th. Eichhorn is 6th. I just saw Tim leave 7 and 8. And then Corrine Acuff is now the number at +2 with Brian Chambers even in 8th place. Andy Riley is 9th at -4. Last 3 games for Andy, 208, 220, 205. Those kind of games are going to keep you right in the mix. So to JJ's question now, since we've got some updated standings. Players outside of the top 4. So I haven't seen, at least I don't think we've seen Brian. And if he has, I just haven't seen it. Maybe his name is not on the back. There he is, as I call him. He's on 3 and 4. So you pay attention to Chambers. He just let the super wash out. He's on 3 and 4 right now. He's on 4 actually. I would say, shoot, Annie Riley.
Absolutely.
She's been solid these last couple of games. You know, you just anticipate Cortez to figure it out. Like,
yeah,
you just know.
Yeah.
You know, especially if the scoring pace is going to be this low, right? So he's still going to have a few games to work with to put up a number late. Pretty impressed with what I've seen with Christine Johnson, maybe Bob Wiley. I would still say Yamamoto, though, because Aaron's start was just about as brutal as you can get. And he's since gone 216, 244, 204. So I would definitely say Yamamoto. I just can't rule out Bob Wiley. He's been consistent. He's -10. You know, 193, 192, 217, 188. That's just a couple of hits. Just one more hit. One more hit a game, and he's in the number soft.
He also made a run in the Senior Masters in Vegas. He was in match play there. I think he just missed the top 16, if I'm not mistaken. Another sneaky, sneaky good bowler.
Shelly Zarek, -94. Really good shot there. Where's Tez? Looks like a ball change. And trouble again. Tez just may not like this pair. You don't often talk about a player's pace of their approach, but I feel like Tez's is just perfect. It's like that, his footwork, 1, 2, and then he just kind of glides. It feels like it as you're watching him.
Yeah.
Just kind of glides through to the foul line.
I think I'd be better like with a house.
Carl, yes. Well, first of all, Carl, hit that pin link if you can. Click the link up top of chat. You may have to scroll. I'm not sure how you're watching. But Aaron is 13th currently. And I mentioned Sean Wyatt is 4th. Sean is 4th at +18. Oh, no, you asked for John Mayer. I'm sorry. Mayer is 16th, -32. So 13th and 16th, respectively, with plenty of time and a lower scoring pace. And did we have there were multiple bowling balls down there on lane 6. All right. That was a ball return. For a moment, I thought we had another situation of a potentially lost thumb slug. Oh, that happened this morning. Well, it wasn't lost, but.
Did you see it go flying?
Yeah, well, I didn't, but there were several who did. It was it happened, I guess, right in the backswing of Michael Fitzgerald.
In the backswing.
But it wasn't his thumb. Oh. It was Joshua Brown over on lane 4, whose thumb went flying and apparently landed way down on lane 5 in the left gutter. But I didn't see it. Michael Fitzgerald didn't see it himself. I think he was like mid-swing as it was happening, but someone saw it. It might have been his mom who did. And after a couple minutes, we did go down. Mike Dermeyer went down there and then corralled it. It was there.
Oh, there's the leave of the day.
Whoa. Well, we're making this. The old 3, 7, 9, 10. 8 Kiesick. Oh. It's one shot 249 down on 9 and 10. Well, that might be, it could be Jayceon, or could have been Jayceon Anderson. He was on that pair and he's done with bowling. So it's either Jayceon, and I can't see who else was on that pair.
First big number we've seen in a while.
Good run at that, Shelley.
Sorrell likes throwing the backup balls at the right side spares, doesn't he?
Yes, definitely. I won't call it a trademark, but it is a common factor. All right, Tez.
That's a nice ball.
Abraham Carabell. Good shot. This is always about this time. It just kind of feels eerie in the building. You just, players trying to, at this point, right, keep things in perspective. Still try to hit the 1-3. Keep it as simple, really, as possible. I don't know if we're going to see the same scoring pace to end this block.
I think you're right.
Trying to wheel that slow wheel on the purple. He might be covering 1 too many boards. Well, John's been hanging out with us now through Game 5. Although I know I'll release him after this game, but just to reiterate for those who don't know, John, again, is the tournament director, the True Amateur Tournaments, Desert Southwest. So for those who may have tuned in late, didn't hear you speak about the tournaments for the first or during our early portions, Game 1 and 2. You mentioned you had a few events upcoming, and then you've already had a few. Sounds like. So what's upcoming and from the TAT Desert Southwest perspective?
Sure. Well, after the National TAT, which is this coming week in Vegas, the next Desert Southwest event is in Kingman, Arizona, Surbat Lanes, August, off the top of my head, 3rd and 4th, I believe. That first weekend in August, $5,000 again guaranteed first place, as all our events as far have been. And then the next one on the schedule right now, although there may be another one added in between, but the next one on the schedule right now is in October, first weekend of October at Let It Roll Bowl here in Phoenix. Again, $5,000 guaranteed first place.
Did you say Let It Roll?
Let It Roll.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great name.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as with all TAT events, multiple divisions. We have a scratch division. We have a 50-plus senior division with limited handicap. It's really designed for higher average seniors. If you're 195 plus bowler, you probably want to bowl in that division. Then we have a 189 and under average division and a 215 and under average division. So the saying is true, anybody can win a TAT because you only bowl against the people in your own division throughout qualifying and through the finals until there is only one person left standing in each division. If you win your division, you're guaranteed $1,000 first place. And the 4 division winners bowl each other in the grand final match for the $5,000 first place with the progressive pot. The progressive pot is growing, by the way, probably in Kingman. It's going to be, you never know because it depends on how many people get in at that tournament, but you have potential to win as much as $7,000 in Kingman with our progressive pot if we get a good number of entries there added to the progressive pot that's already been growing event by event. So you just have to throw 3 more strikes after you win, and then you get the rest of that money. So,
How does the I've never bowled a TAT. Excuse me, that's really loud. How does the progressive work?
So when you enter the tournament, you pay your normal entry fee, but then when you get your lane assignments and you pay for your brackets, if you want to get in brackets, of course, and we have a mystery score, you can also pay for the progressive pot, which is $10 extra. And for that $10 extra, basically what it does is it guarantees that if you win the tournament, you win $5,000 instead of $4,000, because it's $4,000 without the progressive pot, $5,000 with, and then that pot is also growing event to event because beyond that 1,000, everything else goes into a pot. So now we've had 4 events, and there should be a good amount over 2,000 in that pot after the Kingman event, and so you can win up to 70% of that. Basically the way it works is you throw, first of all, you got to win the event. You have to have been in the progressive pot in the squad in which you qualified, so you can't like bowl squad, you didn't get in the progressive pot and then said, oh, I'm going to re-enter and then get in it. So you have to have been in the progressive pot in the squad in which you qualified. So you get that $5,000, and then you throw up to 3 more strikes after. Like you finish on lane 5, you bowl a strike on lane 5, you get 10% of the pot.
Okay.
Then you go to lane 6, another 20%, lane 7, another 40%. So yeah, and in Vegas right now, progressive pot runs a little bit differently, fundamentally the same, $10 extra, but that pot is up to $100,000 in Las Vegas. So you can win $25,000 just for winning the event, obviously it's a big event, but then you can throw 3 more strikes to break that $100,000 pot. And I don't know his exact percentages, his is slightly different than mine, but it's essentially the same thing.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, that's real money.
Shoot.
Yeah. So Tez finally figuring something out here right at the end, and he really needed to. He's going to have $180, but maybe with a look now that he can take to the next 2 games.
Yeah, and he made a ball change late. And this one as well, but again, it's Cortez. He's got 3 games left. Not following the same situation. I think he's going to now 1 and 2. Oh, they're moving an A pair. $184 for Tez. Tyler Milbrand over there on 1 and 2 can still get to 2-0. And just as I say, he's not very good there. 6 split. Sorrell has managed to talk about saving 180 just like Cortez. That middle of the game was tough.
4 splits.
Yeah, making the 4-9 and then split, 9 spare split. simply doesn't have a lot of miss room right, it looks like.
And he's committed to throwing the purple deep. I think you just predicted
That's
that.
a good 8. That's a good 8. He knew it when he let it go. Just that one was, you're just hoping for 8. Certainly not 0. No, that is great though. Asbury. I mean, I'm pretty sure we said Cortez, but Score Test does play though. You're right.
I have a feeling he wouldn't like that nickname. Maybe I'm wrong. But
Well, he does score often.
he does. He does.
The highest high levels in this game, in this sport of bowling. All right, that's going to do it for 5 and 6. And then looks like one more or 2 shots left. Kyle Michalowski over there on 1 and 2. The faces are looking a little gloomy here in this squad, folks, at this time.
People stroking their beards and staring into space, thinking about whether they could have done something else this afternoon or whether they're going to kind of buckle down and figure out a way to score the rest of the way.
Well, some people are already considering the Desperado at this point. There's no doubt about that. They're probably saying, no, I'm not going back to 8 games. I need a little bit of a break.
Back-to-back 8's rough. Yeah, I admire those that tried that today. That's a lot of games.
Michalowski.
12.
He'll take it. He's sneaky too. Every time I see him, he's around a cut number as well.
And Ben Perry's made an appearance here.
Uh-oh. Well, we'll keep it here for a little bit just because of how good he's been bowling.
Started off with a double.
That's pretty much par for the course, according from his score total today. Mr. Verbal, I appreciate your time.
It's been a pleasure.
I know.
Thank you for having me.
What's you said you're going to Vegas.
I'm going to Vegas tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah. And then I'll be there all week. Well, I don't want to be there all week. I will be if I bowl well.
That's right.
I guess.
So you're
Otherwise,
going
I'll
to be there all week.
come home. But if you're interested in bowling Tat Desert Southwest, just go to tatbowl.com. You can find entry information for all the TAT tournaments there. tatbowl.com. Love to see you up in Kingman. That's a great center. They've worked real hard to renovate that recently under new ownership. They're working really hard to get events in there. And a good location for both Vegas bowlers and Phoenix bowlers. Well, Southern California bowlers, for that matter. Come on up.
Come on out, indeed. Appreciate John Verbal, the again tournament director of the True Amateur Tournaments, the TAT Desert Southwest. We'll take a little break, and then we'll finish out this squad. We wish all of our luck to Mr. Verbal. He will bring home the top prize and the progressive. Thanks again, John.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll be back with you here on Bowlstream TV. We got game 6 again underway, and when we left, told you we'd keep it here just to see Ben Perry for a little bit, and he's just been wrecking them here in this squad. And well, we've got a new guest for a little bit. We appreciate Matt Jones sharing some time.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
What's going on, Matt Jones?
Not too much, just hanging out watching the squad for a little bit.
Should be used to having a headset or speaking into microphones now.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Just had a nice interview with on the Bowling with the Fef podcast.
Yes.
Shout out to Fef. He does great work. We've been talking about, obviously, what's been going on, not just this squad, but what has taken place yesterday and this morning. You bowled this morning. You got a first-hand experience on what took place. For you specifically, what worked well? How were you able to get to the number that you got to, which was plus 132 today?
So after watching Haugen yesterday and how straight he played, I knew that the break point had to be around 7, 8, 9, 10, and that I had to stay right and stay there as long as I possibly could. So I stayed with urethane for 6 games and, took advantage of the pairs that were a little bit easier, gave me a little room to miss right. And then just grinded on the tough pairs. And then the last pair, if anyone watched, I got the 250. Yeah. It's because they opened up a little bit, but I still wasn't that far left. I mean, 14 at the arrows, getting it out to about 6, 7. So I think that's the key. I see a lot of people a lot farther left than our squad was this morning. A lot of us were pretty far right.
It always seems to be, and obviously it's a matter of per squad and strengths, et cetera, and so forth, of what people are comfortable doing. But your squad seemed like just a concerted effort, so to speak, to play as far right as you possibly could.
Yeah, I definitely think our squad was fairly stacked, which helped. I rather bowl the squads that are a little more stacked because better quality players. They're all going to play the same line. They're going to open up the lanes a little bit better. And it showed. I mean, our cut was plus 90. And then yesterday it was minus 10. That's a 100-pin difference.
We talk about that.
And I mean, and all it was is because we had 90% of the squad playing right at 10. So we developed them really well, where moving pair to pair wasn't as bad as it is right now.
When you, I mean, you bowl a ton of tournaments, so you know that pair to pair is just obvious. It's just part of the sport.
Right.
When you bowl at a center so many times, do you then have some kind of mental notes or even written notes on which pairs for you are just not the best and which pairs could be very good typically?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Especially here, because we bowl league here on Thursday nights on their house shot. And this place is a high friction center to begin with. So we know typically the high-end hooks more. So I know getting down there, I'm going to have a little more room.
Okay.
And then once I get down here to the low end, they're going to be a little bit tighter. And 1 and 2 typically is usually a pretty good pair in here. But this past year, it has been awful. Like, and I mean, you could see it. There was like every other game, I believe, it was a good game, and then it looked awful.
Yeah.
Then it was a good game, then it looked awful. But if you know the center like we do, like some of us that bowl here, we know where the bad pairs are. We know we got to grind on those pairs, and then we know when we get to the high end, we got to take advantage of it.
In the booth with Matt Jones, watching again 1 through 4. Gets back to 5 through 8 in a moment, but watching the current squad leader, Ben Perry. We'll see if I don't think any scores have been updated yet, but they are in the process of being updated through. Oh, they are updated through 5. Shout out to Theo. Okay. Ben Perry shot 198. That's his low game of the day. Plus 163. Jacob Buttriff has been second for a while now, plus 119. Ed Smaglik is still third. That's already a drop off. Second and third.
Jesus.
Smaglik plus 56. And then the Aaron Yamamoto. JJ Newell, you asked who outside of the top 7 a game ago could make a run. And I told you Aaron Yamamoto based interestingly enough, based on his start. His low game, he shot 123 out the gates. But since then, 216, 244, 204, 222. He's now plus 9. That's fourth. Kareem Acuff is fifth at plus 5. Cortez Shank. And despite, again, for Cortez, this is a stroke.
Yes, 100%.
Right? But relative to the scoring pace, he's still got plenty of time. And right now he's minus 12, and that's 6th. Annie Riley is 7th. I told you Annie Riley too, because she has been bowling well these last few. And then Brian Chamber is 8th at minus 17. So currently with 3 games left, minus 15 would get you to match play on C squad, which of course is trending lower than yesterday's A squad.
Yes.
Which finished at minus 10.
I think a lot of that has to do with, if you're watching this, there's so many people left. And they're not playable left. We tried. They look awful to the left. So easy, and they're so speed sensitive. You miss a little right, ain't coming back. You try to tighten it up, goes right through the face. Which is why playing right, staying in the track was my game plan from first ball I threw. Because like I said, you watch Haugen, he threw it straight up 8, 9, 10, and he shot 170 over with a 140 game. So that was my game plan, and luckily it worked out for me.
Dude, now you're an experienced player, obviously, and I know you and Bree were joking, talking about, whenever you bowl with Bree, you can get lined up because you watch her break point, watch what's happening, and you're going to get there a different way, but
right.
You get a good picture. Michael Haugen is obviously a straighter player to begin with,
right?
But you're not looking at the physical aspect of what he's doing. You're looking at what's happening on the lane.
Yes, I'm looking at the ball motion. And then I'm looking at what does he have to miss right, what does he have to miss left. And, I mean, he can miss a little right at like 6, 7 and it hooked. And then he can miss left in at like 10, 11 and it pushed. And I'm like, that's the area you got to be in. And Mike and Bree, they're like the same player. They don't really miss their mark by like more than a board. So it helped following Bree because she's so accurate that even when she did make a bad shot, it was like a half a board off. And if it did something wrong, I was like, yeah, I'm moving. Like, no doubt. But me and Bree, I mean, I've known Bree since I was like 15, 14 years old, so I've bowled with her forever. We get along pretty well, but we match up really well together, which is crazy. Because our games couldn't be farther apart, but we're pretty smart to know, like, we can get to the same break point. We just get to it a different way.
Have y'all bowled doubles yet?
No, because she has, bowls with way better quality bowlers than me, so which is fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. But when we bowl CBEs and stuff out here together, we always try to get on the same pair. Because we get along really well, so it's actually fun, even if we're bowling bad. But we also line up off each other fairly well.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question here.
All right.
And I don't know how well you know Ben Perry.
Okay.
But I was telling this story earlier, and I'm only saying it because I watched it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Perry was close this morning.
Yes, he was.
In fact, he ended with you guys on 5 and 6.
Mm-hmm.
And he clearly had issues carrying.
Right.
If he was able to carry a couple hits, it would have been a closer situation for him.
Yes.
He makes what I believe was a risk, like thinking about it, right? He's got to find a way to carry. He switches to reactive late in that game, shoots 187, but good enough look with reactive.
Right.
I believe he's only thrown the same ball that he switched to this morning.
Yes, the reality.
Yes. And so when you look at that, like what does that tell you either A, about Ben, or certainly, from a matching up perspective, right? There's been plenty of urethane thrown.
Right.
But, every now and then, obviously, depending on the player, you may run into the carry situation.
Right. I think with Ben, because he's not, even though he's a two-hander, he's not a high rev guy. I mean, he's got to be, 350, 360
That's a
maybe?
great point.
So reality, to being a big ASIM with a lot of surface, feels like urethane to him. So when he was throwing the black hammer, it just wasn't quite hitting. It was just flat, deflecting. And so when he sees that, guarantee you he's trying to hit on it harder to try to get it through the pins. He throws the reality, all of a sudden he doesn't have to do all that work. And I think when he seen that in Game 8 this morning, he was like, ooh, I got to look with reactive.
Oh, absolutely.
And he told me, he goes, I'm going to bowl this next squad. I think I got to look reactive. And he just joined our nationals team. We bowl next week, next Saturday, Sunday. So he's on my nationals team. So I'm super excited because he's such a low-key player out here that people don't pay attention, but he's fairly accurate. He's not very bad with lane play. So, I'm not surprised that he's bowling well, to be honest.
Do you know how old he is?
He's got to be late 20s. I'm like the old guy on my team now at 41. That's crazy, right? I'm the old guy on my team now.
Yeah, it's funny. I can relate now. I just turned 40 last week.
Yep, I turned 41 this past Thursday.
Good shot from A-Cuff. Yeah, he's got a lot of nice fans, nice little fan group that has been watching and rooting him on too. Speaking of Ben, but man, he has bowled superbly here this set.
Yeah, and he's going to struggle, and he's going to still shoot 210, and if he strikes out 226, so I mean, him and Jacob are so far ahead of everyone in this squad that they're the 1-2, because it's really hard to pop off a big game with the way these lanes are transitioned for everyone.
That's what the difference, or one of the differences, certainly. Good shot from JC on. One of the differences, you're hoping that pairs. This is exactly what happened yesterday. Carl was sitting in with me for a little bit. Leia and I were talking as well, and you're like, okay, you hope that the lanes start to open up as the longer the block goes, and then you can catch some score. And it was just trending in the opposite direction. And it's the exact same situation.
It is. And our squad is what Carl thought was going to happen. Because our squad, it jumped, 45 pins the last game? Yeah. It's because we played him correctly, or majority of the squad played him correctly, we actually had some room to miss right and left. It wasn't a lot, but for a good player, if you got a board or two to miss right or left, it feels like this. So, but what they did here, like I said, some started too far left with urethane, and they just trashed them inside of that track area. And then now if you try to push it past it and get it right, it never sees it and it never hooks. And you could see it. Ben and Jacob are different because they're all staying in that track area with urethane, and Jacob obviously is Jacob. But you look at the rest of the field, you're hoping to catch a good pair, shoot a 230, 240 to get back in it, and hope you can manage the bad pairs.
In the booth with Matt Jones last year. Was it last year at this tournament? You had to go to your Hall of Fame ceremony. Was that last year or 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
I'm not making that up.
No, it was 2 years ago, I believe. Yeah, 2 years ago. And then, because last year I missed the cut, I was 90 over going into the last 4 games.
That's right.
And I shot I had to shoot 100 under, I think, for my next 4. So, and then I tried to bowl again, and I just bowled terrible. I remember that was just a bad year last year. But yeah, it was the first year we had this tournament. I had the Hall of Fame ceremony, made the cut, and then went straight to my Hall of Fame ceremony.
What's your bowling story, if you will? How did you get involved in the game?
So my dad was stationed in Utah. So when I was born in Utah. I've been there for 5 years. He came out here, was at the Air Force Base, so that's where I learned to bowl. Because he used to bowl 3-4 leagues a week, because that's what they did in the military when they were in the Air Force. So my dad got me into bowling, learned how to bowl in the Air Force Base, and loved the game since.
Air Force Base, I love that. I feel like just about every military personnel that I've met, especially depending on the generation.
Right.
So the older the individual, the more you heard about getting or understanding or learning the game on a base.
Right.
And even now, right, there are still one comes to mind off the top of my head, like in the St. Louis area. That was a place where a lot of folks would go to practice. Interesting. I think that's one of the cooler things about, which obviously makes the military championship so important, so big, so unique.
And I was fortunate enough to grow up to bowl in like old nasty wood lanes, because the Air Force Base, their wood lanes were trash. But I mean, when you learn to bowl on trash, it makes you a better bowler, to be honest.
So you've lived in this or in Arizona for what, the majority?
Yeah, since I was 5. Yep, and before the Storm Factory, before then it was the old Fab Ball Factory. So when my dad used to bowl out there, I believe one of the centers, their house balls used to be old Fab balls.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's a house ball I would want to.
Right. Right, give me a couple of those old blue hammers.
Ben Perry finishes with 216.
Yep.
I mean, he's rocking and rolling, folks.
And 216 is still good on this. That's what's crazy. 216 in our squad, 216 the last couple games, you're sweating.
I was telling John, because he wasn't here and didn't get a chance to watch this morning, but that you and Bree basically had to throw the first 6.
Yeah.
Just to
feel comfortable.
Make sure you were in.
Yes.
Two team wasn't going to do it.
No, we got fortunate that we just got a good pair. Because we weren't bad on the pair before. It just, the ball wasn't getting through the pins because of the extra urethane. And then we get on 5 and 6, and we're like, oh, our ball's driving through it. All right, let's take advantage. I mean, granted, Bree's really good about not score watching. I'm getting better about not score watching. So we had no idea that Fitz is shooting 250.
Sure.
Leverage is shooting 250. Myers is shooting 250. Like, it was crazy. And then we look and we go, oh my God, we needed at least 230 to get into the cut.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching it, obviously, because that's my job. But I kept looking at it, and there were 5 players, not including you two, but including Cortez.
Right.
Because he was 7th at that time.
Right.
Who had a legit chance of making it. And then 8 if you included Mark Myers, who ended up shooting 250 and still coming up a little short. I mean, it was crazy.
Right, and you're watching Mark, and he's getting excited, and I'm thinking, like, oh, he's in soft. And then we're listening to the cut. I'm like, wow, he missed it by 20, and he shot 250 in the last game. And I know Cortez needed the sheet, didn't he, to get in?
Yes, ultimately, he shot 219, got to 68. Yeah, he needed.
Actually, he would have missed it by 1.
He would have been missing by 1. He could have shot 240.
God, that is brutal.
And then Barkis ended up shooting. He wraps 10 to
miss it. Oh.
Wrapped 10, the second shot, the 10th to miss.
Right, that's brutal.
This morning felt like a tour cut.
Right.
Like
it
just
did.
100%.
It did.
You know, there's people coming from, 5 spots down.
Right, and then just. Yeah, it was insane. The fact that I got the 3rd, I was pretty happy with that, because at one point I'm like, oh, Swig and Pratt, they're just running us over. I'm like, just get the 3rd and 4th, get a bye. And then all of a sudden it got super tight, and I'm thinking like, oh, wow, I got a chance to actually get 2 byes. And then, Fitz shoots 250, bowls a great game. I got the 250, got the 3rd. I was perfectly happy with it. Like, getting 1 bye and 3-game total pin match, so anything can happen.
Speaking of Cortez, he just doubled on 1 and 2, so he's got 230 in reach. He's on that pair with Jacob Buttriff, who continues to perform well. Not happy with his carry on that pair right now. Again, what is on the line, though, you get the opportunity for a double buy, a 2-round buy, and a 1-round buy. If you finish first or second in your squad, you will earn a double round buy or 2-round buy. Essentially, you get to skip the first 2 rounds of match play. And if you are, or if you finish third or fourth in your squad, you get a 1-round buy. So some small opportunities if you finish third or fourth to sleep in. If you don't earn a bye, then match play begins at 8. And you better be here.
Yes, absolutely. And it's a long day because they're 3-game matches. So starting from the first matches, that's what, 6 matches to win it all? That's a lot of bowling.
Yeah, and I had to remind myself yesterday of the format for match play. And I was going back and just looking at some old stuff. And I was like, oh, three-game total pins, single elimination. Oh, yeah, whoops.
Yeah, thank God not double elimination. We'd be here forever.
Yeah, I understood after that, like, why it's not double elimination in this situation.
Right.
We would need to start much earlier or start match play tonight.
Right. Your next squad should be pretty good, though. I think you got, what, Darren Tang, Kyle King, Brett Wolf. Like, that next squad should be pretty monstrous.
Yeah.
And then whoever re-enters from these squads, I feel like that 6 o'clock squad could make the number +2.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at that real quick. At the moment, we've got Josh Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe Troy paid for 2.
Okay.
2 squads because he's just listed. Juan Nez, he was here this morning watching his friend bowl. Chris DeMarco, she bowled yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
Felipe Espriu, Justin Golden, Calvin Hunger. There's Kyle King, Chris Clerk, Brandon Knapp, Pat Lombardo, Brandon Lost bowled yesterday. Michael Marmolejo, Mikey McQuiston bowled yesterday. Robbie Patterson, shout out to Robbie. Corey Poinier, Matt Rife, Kevin Robertson, he's been watching all week.
Yep.
Ardani Rodas, Ron Schloss, that's my guy right there. Chris Silva, Cameron Smith, Garrett Strail, Darren Tang, Brett Wolf, and Alex Z.
Yeah, just between Brett and Darren and Kyle, like, you feel like on this stuff they can put up a pretty big number.
And Chris Clerk.
Yes.
And those are just the players that I know, and Robbie for that matter, too.
Yes. Yeah, I feel like that squad that cut could get up there. And Garrett Strell, he's another one, a player locally. He throws it insanely good. Like, in Schloss, you've seen how he throws it. He could get in there and hook it with the guys and stay right with us, too. Like,
yeah, I mean, this is –
yeah,
I can't see him struggle. I mean, you know, all relative speaking, right? But I don't see him being shut out, if you will.
No,
He's going to figure out a way to score.
Yes. And then Brett, I mean, how good has Brett been throwing it this year? I mean, and it's Brett Wolf. You know, he might bring out the old blue hammer, maybe.
You know, if Brett Wolf is in any tournament, it's just a by default for me.
Yes.
It's Brett Wolf.
100%. 100%. He's been helping me a little bit with my game this year, and it's worked out pretty well. Brett's pretty knowledgeable, so. And then Corrine's hubby, Derek, he drills my bowling balls. Thank God to him, because he's made my arsenal pretty stout this year. But yeah, anytime Brett's in a tournament, you're like, oh. And then a tournament where urethane's in play, which is even more dangerous. Because we all know Brett's like one of the originators throwing urethane on patterns. Because I guarantee you during that Masters in 2000, not one single person was like, oh, I'm going to throw urethane on the fresh. And Brett's like, I'll show you guys how to do it.
What have you been working on? I don't want to give away your secrets.
Oh, no. Just approach stuff, trying to learn how to keep my angles a little tighter. Trying not to be so grabby at the bottom. Just simple stuff just to make me a little bit better player when they're harder. Like, I know I can strike when they're on house. I mean, that's a lot of people can, but I like to be able to bowl better when they're tougher, like something like this. I mean, most people know me. Straight's not my A game. But now I'm starting to get to the point where it's becoming more closer to an A game.
Right.
And that's what I really want to work on, is just being straighter, a little bit firmer, a little bit nicer to it at the bottom. And it's worked out pretty well so far this year.
Well, it looked pretty good today. That's for sure. JC on 185. Corrine shot 172, and Corrine was at +5, so she's going to give a few pins back. But again, with 2 games left in the scoring pace, she's still well within reach.
Oh, yeah. I think this cut score is going to get into the -30, -40 range because they're just not getting better.
Wow.
I think so.
That would be a shocker.
I think so because the shot's just not getting better. Like the transitions is getting worse, and then because people are getting forced left, they're bad to the right when you try to play left to right.
It's a good point. Carl and I were talking, and he just asked this in the chat. We were talking about again what we thought the cut number was going to be on Friday, and clearly, yeah, he was one squad off. But he mentioned, pattern memory might make it better tomorrow.
Right.
We were talking about specifically this morning's squad, and I'm like, obviously the talent.
Right.
He mentioned pattern memory, et cetera. Like, how much in your experience just as a player, you start thinking about, number of times the pattern's laid down, does pattern memory and that kind of thing potentially play a role?
Oh, it does, because it makes them tighter. Because as you oil the pattern over and over and over, especially on tour, you see it all the time. They get tighter and tighter and tighter, and you see guys' ball speeds get slower and slower and slower. But in this case, if you think about it, they had a Pro-Am last night, which was on the house pattern. So now, this morning, we probably got a little bit of memory from that house pattern.
Well, I don't think it happened.
No? Did it not happen?
I don't think so.
Okay, so if it didn't,
yeah,
if
we were leaving, and I was like, isn't there a Pro-Am? And Theo said, no, they canceled it or whatever happened. But
so unless they oiled, because after we're done, I'm going to assume.
There was some open play.
So they might have just re-oiled it with the house pattern, and so if they did, now we got a little bit of the house memory from this morning. So that pattern hasn't been oiled over and over. It's been like house pattern, sport pattern, house pattern, sport pattern. But now this is the first time where it's got oiled back to back.
Yeah.
So I think now they're starting to see the tightness.
Right.
And I think that third squad, they might even be even tighter. But the caliber of players, I mean, you got 6 or 7 guys on that list. You're like, yeah, they're probably going to make it. Like Brett, Kyle, Darren, you're almost in your head going, all right, who's going to be first, second, and third? Like, but you never know, because we've seen. I mean, look at Tez. We all thought he was a shoo-in this morning because it's Cortez. Like we're well aware. Like when he's in the field, we're like, yeah, he's one of the best bowlers in the field. Him and Darren by far. And Tez is even having his struggles. Tells you how tough the pattern is.
It's an interesting situation. I'm trying to think last night. Now, not that I was paying that much attention.
Right.
But I don't think there was nice washout conversion by Bob Wiley, and 2 really good games. Again, 234, 224 to end on 7 and 8. 2 of the higher scoring games we've seen to this point, especially late. But from the memory perspective, I don't remember seeing a machine go down the lane.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it didn't.
Right. But then also meant that this pattern sat overnight. If they didn't strip them, that means like the torchness sat overnight, and then they stripped and then re-oiled it. Where this just got re-oiled right after we were done, as opposed to hopefully, like if that sat overnight, that could have played a difference for us too in the morning. Because I thought there were some pairs we bowled on the high end that we had a little more room to the right. Like I can get it to like 4 or 5 and it hooks just fine. And then we get down here to 1, 2, 3, and 4, and my ball hydroplaned when I tried to hit that spot. But again, that's the topography in this place too. They hook significantly a lot. Like even in our house shot league, I'm 4th and 5th arrow to start because this is a Sun City center, so it's made for the seniors. They want to see their ball hook, which makes sense. But this is also one of the highest scoring centers too.
In the area, or just in the Metro Phoenix?
I'd say in the Metro Phoenix area.
Okay.
Like you come out here on the house shot. I mean, our league, there was like 3 or 4 guys that averaged 240. I was at 236, and I think I barely cracked the top 10. And I was all over the place, so people know it. Like I think I had 5 800s, 4 300s, and I only averaged 236 because when I didn't shoot that, it was like 620, 630. And it's because they just hook so much. So it was insane. But yeah, this place is usually pretty high scoring. All the Sun City centers out here are pretty high scoring because there's just a lot of friction. So when you give some players, free friction, pretty easy to do. So that was my wife tapping me on my shoulder. Which means I got to go.
That's okay. I've been shoulder tapped too.
Yeah. Because my son's got to work, and
sure.
I got to get him there. But I appreciate it, Mill, as always.
Thank you, sir.
And I will see you tomorrow morning.
My man.
Yep, sounds good.
That is Matt Jones hanging out. Being a dad is Matt Jones. I appreciate him. So we got 2 games left. And at this point in the tournament, well, I should say this squad specifically. This squad, as it is truly, at this point, truly anybody's ball game. Sanders. Here's Aaron Yamamoto on 5 and 6. Again, if you watched his game 1, you would have said, okay, I would not peg him to be in this position, but he is. Unfortunately, though, he is coming off 150 after a stretch of 216, 244, 204, 222. Shot 159 in Game 6, so right now he is sitting at -32. He was in the number. That might change here in a little bit. There are, looks like, just a handful of scores remaining to be added. And then we'll have a full Game 6 update. But just led by Ben Perry. Ben Perry at +179. Jacob Buttriff at +118. And Smagling is third right now at +66. +7 for Brian Chamber. Michael Sagadin at +4. Okay, now I mentioned Jonathan Mayer, 230 in Game 6. He has moved up to -9. Cortez Shanks at -10 after shooting 211. Andrew Kane's at -20. Corrine Cuff after the 172 is now to -23. All right, so it looks like all the scores are in. So we got scores after 6. Please refresh. Refresh if you've got that tab open already, or open up a new tab in that situation. So right now, 7th is -10. That is Cortez Shank with 2 games left. With Andrew Kane at -20 in 8th, Corrine Cuff -23 in 9th, Andy Riley 10th at -28. Aaron Yamamoto is now -32. He's 11th. Michael Arce is 12th at -34. He just shot 234. Tim Eichhorn 13th at -36. Ryan Howard. Oh, wow. Ryan Howard just shot 265. Holy mackerel. 265 from Ryan Howard. That puts him right in the position to make a run here. That might be, is that the highest game of this squad? As we welcome in Theo Duthay to the booth now. Number one, thanks for having Matt Jones stop by. That was cool. I feel like I talked to him, but it was nice to talk to him in this setting.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
He's a smart dude.
He is a smart dude. You're a smarter person for having him join.
It took some convincing to get him to hop on for a little bit, but
I meant to ask him about the Pfeff interview, but we didn't get much time. Who was able to coordinate that? Did you recommend him, or did someone recommend him?
yeah. So Pfeff asked you to challenge somebody, and I challenged Matt to go on, and it worked out well. He got on there on his birthday, so
Well done.
but I think 265 is the high game for this block for this squad so far.
It didn't look like 265 might be possible from what we've been seeing on this squad. I mean, a few players had a look, but man, again, more reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. This squad in line with a squad.
Yeah, I think that morning squad was definitely an outlier squad score-wise. But I mean, when you look at the depth of the talent on that squad, you know, not that there's not talented players on this squad, but when you have probably 70–80% of that squad as strong as they are, you know, they all got in there, they played them in a very similar part of the lane and broke them down, and they just crushed them.
Yeah, that's what we just talked about. Yamamoto quickly returning to games 2 through 5 for Aaron after just a real slow start. This looks like the squad, though, where you can afford to have the slow start.
Yeah, he shot 120 and came back to the desk and was just frying out, and I looked at him and I did the old anger management thing, and I rubbed my ears and I said, "Aaron, Goose Fraba," and he just gave me this dead look like, "Shut up." And then he started bowling well. So
I do have a question for him. I'm gonna see. I'll wait till he returns.
What did you change or do differently after game one? Feel free to answer. I moved left and went. I just closed my ankles down. That's all I did. Instead of trying to play the gutter, everybody else is playing. Everybody migrated left already too quickly. So I took the hold as the advantage. Everybody's trying to go this way. I said, I'm going to get a ball that's hopping up, that's going to be slower in the back. And then, you know, using an ion now that's a little bit cleaner, same motion.
So the gist of what Aaron just said was close down the angles, made a ball change that's a little slower in the back. He's done the same thing to a different ball, but still something similar motion. Now he needs something a little cleaner through the front part of the lane because that's been a little choppy, of course, in game 7 of an 8-game block. It takes a lot of mental resolve to for Aaron, your thing was not it, he said. But the mental resolve to shoot 120 and keep on going. We talked about low games earlier today. But now, especially with this start here, he's trending toward, you know, obviously getting his spot back in the top 7 with 1 game to go. Interestingly enough, we might have the same amount of players who could get the final spot today, or final couple spots, but the scoring pace is just the opposite. But we might have the same amount of players going into the final game who could have a chance with a big game to make the number, or even a decent game at that point.
Right, yeah, that's definitely the way the scores are trending right now. I mean, you've got, what, 40, 50 pins from 4th all the way down to 18th, 19th? I mean, anything can happen. And you get 2 of those guys that shoot 170 and a couple of people that shoot 220 or 230 that game, and next thing you know, our finalists have completely turned upside down. This is the kind of pace that I love to see, though. I don't like, you know, you're always going to have a couple guys that figure them out and run away.
Sure.
And the cool thing, though, is when you see so much bunched up with all the other spots. because then every shot does count. You can't just let it go.
Mary Bree bowled great. She got to plus 101, and that was enough to solidify a spot. We were joking, but it almost wasn't enough. Yeah. She and Matt Jones again front six both. Matt shot 257. Cote ended up shooting 243. Just to solidify, but again, interestingly enough, they both had shot 2-0 or 2-team. They would have been out based on how it all ended up shaking out for game number 8. Aaron's run come to an end in frame 6, but he's still in great position. Michael Arcee is close too, and he has gone strike spare 3-bagger to start game number 7. We might have maybe a couple of, at least one pair looks like already done with their game 7 on the high end. Ed Smaglick has been bowling pretty darn well here, I would say, this afternoon. Ed at plus 66 through 6 games. Right now in line for a 1-round bye. And there's going to be a fight for that second 1-round bye, too, the way that's shaping up.
Yeah. I mean, Ed's sitting pretty comfortable, but yeah, that other bye, though. That other bye is going to be sitting there with the people that are just even getting into the number, so.
What is the probability at this point that or inclination from any players who might be re-entering, not from this squad per se, but if they bowled yesterday or this morning and are going to bowl tonight?
Yeah, I think right now on the 6 p.m. I want to say I have 16 unique entries, so new bowlers.
Right.
And I think we're close to 30. We're getting close to 30 already, so it's about half new entries and half re-entries, but I already hear a bunch of these guys. They've already been mentioning. Do you have room on that squad?
Have there been any Desperado?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. But I know there will be.
I was like, we were talking earlier, me and John. I was like, we might have somebody that said, you know what? They're already thinking about obviously re-entering, just based on how it's going.
Mm-hmm.
And if your score is, in the negative enough, you're probably leaning toward it already. Do you want to bowl another 8 games back to back? Some have done that from this morning.
Yep.
To now. And I imagine we'll certainly have some others. And do you say, you know what? If you are someone who your look got better, but of course it depends on how things went in the squad as a whole. But that Desperado is going to be on the burn. Whatever's left over after tonight's D squad is what's going to be on the lanes. There is no re-oil for that Desperado.
Nope.
So depending on how it goes and how you finish. Bunch of handles.
I think the price point difference of that Desperado and a re-entry kind of makes them think about it. Like, do I want to take a shot at just 2 games, or do I want to go ahead and pay the extra little bit of money and bowl 8 games and have a better chance? I don't know. It just kind of depends on, are you a sprinter or like to grind for 8 games? So.
I'm a Motel strikes again. Again, match play tomorrow at 8 a.m. Seen Mr. Sean Wyatt, Skowski, and he is currently in 15th at minus 38.
Within striking range, though.
And he's on a 4-bag. Troy Blickenstaff struggling here late. And for Troy, right now at minus 80.
Good job, buddy.
Saddest score sheet right in water.
What was his tally?
He had a 209 that game, so.
Okay, so he's even. John Mayer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's even now with 1 game to go.
Look at that. And we got a couple ladies that are making a run at it also. Corrine Acuff and Annie Riley. They're trying to make a push for it.
To this point, how many, there's only been 1 300 still, right?
Yep. Mr. Jason Lowry. Which I'm bummed he's not here again this year, but I think he was going through some wrist injury stuff, and now he's playing golf more than anything.
That's crazy. 2 years in, like 2 full years.
Yep.
And now 2 squads in, almost 3 full squads. Year 3, it's been 1 300 wins.
1.
It's
a lot of games to only have 1.
That is very impressive.
Especially when you look at the talent level that has come through. It's pretty wild.
Michael R.C. Yeah, he just missed the head pin left, but he's in a good spot. Just got to make spares. 2-0 is a really good score right now. I know that's wild to say, but that 2-0 is a good score.
Actually, when I was getting scores the last game, I was down on 1 and 2 getting their scores, and Jason Anderson fist pumped me and said, "Good job on the pattern." So, even though it's a grind, you know, this is what a lot of these players like to see.
Yamamoto can bring the high game of the squad here in game number 7 potentially. Mr. Wiley. And Bob in some trouble here. Well, how about that? Aaron Yamamoto. Well, he just got that thing to hook from what seemed like no man's land.
Well, we just had a big change up top. Brian Chamber was +7, and he just shot 142.
Oh, boy.
That's what we're talking about.
1 left.
It happens quickly.
Getting interesting as it always does. Yamamoto going to be in the 260s. So unfortunate, as Theo just mentioned, 140 from Brian Chamber here late. That's what you can't have late.
Right. 267 for Yamamoto.
High game of the squad. In game 1, folks, that same young man shot 123. Now shooting 267. Get a chance to solidify a spot in the top 7. It's been the Ben Perry show today, or this squad specifically. Maybe slightly, you know, seen a little bit of transition. I'm sure he has throughout. Oh boy, Michael Arce. Back-to-back 8-1s on makeable spares. Oh, and he can shoot 225 now. Well, there's that look. A lot of people have it. Starting to hear the requests. Are there any spots, as you just said? Any spots available in the 6 o'clock?
Yep. I'll probably have to get to work here after.
Yes.
After this game.
There are some good seats available. Good tickets available for the E squad tonight. Ed Smaglik is going to be in the 250s with one more in the 10th. He's on 9 and 10. Ben Perry had to make a ball change.
Sorry to my Boston fans, but my Padres just smashed them 11-1. So
We had a little bit of baseball talk earlier, actually. Good shot there from Mr. Sean Wyatt. He's close. He's going to need another, well, first and foremost, if he can get to 230 here.
oh yeah, that'll put him right back in there, huh?
And
He's at minus 38.
yeah, he's going to be right there. The first one was clutch no matter what, but if he can strike again, he's going to be, give or take, somewhere between, I would say, 7th and 10th.
Andrew Kane just put on a shot 240. So that's going to bump him. Where is Andrew? Andrew was minus 20, so he was just outside the cut. So Keith Fung was just saying, holy mackerel, there's a log jam.
Where?
The cut number.
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, it's, again, I think it's basically the exact same thing that happened this morning, but with an opposite scoring base.
Yeah.
Ton of players available with a chance to make the top 5. Oh, I'm sorry, the top 7. And specifically, I would say the last 2 spots. Definitely the last 2, because we had -9, -10. That was 6th and 7th after. Nice job by Wyatt, though. 231.
That's big for him.
RC bottom right of your screen, too. Did spare in the 10th, so he's going to be in the 2 teens. .213 to be exact. It's Smaglik, Christine Johnston, Andrew Kane to finish up on 5 and 6. Smaglik, again, there is nothing promised, but it looks like he has just made the effort to, like a lot of players have, to be a little bit further left. But for Ed, it's worked out very well. And I think his slower ball speed played into his success by moving in. Right?
Yeah.
Because he's not going to gas it, so that's not something he's got to worry about.
Right, you can be soft with it and just let it roll. Whereas when a lot of guys move left, they have too much ball speed and it's just going right through it. And I think that's what Wyatt Trzowski did as well. He moved left, got out of urethane and went to a reactive Not sure what he was throwing, but went to something reactive, moved left, and just got really slow and soft with it.
Look kind of like a, this is a guess, but like exotic-y Magic Jimmy, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking as well.
Now, I could be completely wrong, so do not quote me. Because I don't know if, you know, he could be on a particular staff, but I'm just guessing based on what the colors look like of the bowling ball. Andrew Kane, nice early double as we officially now into game 8.
And that's my cue to go get the other scores.
It is your cue.
Get crazy for the 6 p.m. squad.
Ed just keeps putting in the work. I don't know where Andrew is. Let's see if it scores it. He's at plus 26. All right, so Andrew plus 26 with a game left. He's 5th. Well, all the scores aren't in a bigger part, so we need Michael Sagatin's score. That's an important score. Sagatin at plus 4. And it looks like everybody's into game 8 now. So important scores like Cortez Schenk, Annie Riley, Tim Eichhorn, Ryan Howard. All of those scores super important at this point. More re-entries coming up. There's no doubt about what's about to take place at 6 o'clock. Quality spare shooting. But they're going to be done pretty quick here on 5 and 6. If you are just joining us, this is Game 8, C Squad. We'll see just how close some individuals are to maybe one big game. They can find a way to string them. There have not been a ton of big games unless your name has been Perry. At some point, Ed Smaglik or Jacob Buttriff, and as of recently, Aaron Yamamoto. Oh, just beautiful bowling here from Ed Smaglik. The former Boilermaker. We talked about ball speed being very key, but again, I think it's one of the keys for Ed making that move left with a natural slower ball speed. So he can still just be himself, essentially, and allow the ball to do the work. Well, grab there, or a hang up on the thumb there from Andrew Kane. Got to be careful. All right, so all of our scores are in. We got scores after 7. Ben Perry plus 192, Ed Smaglick plus 112. So now there is a situation where Smaglick has gone from a 1-round bye possibility to a 2-round bye possibility. He's second. Jacob Buttriff is third at plus 106. So Michael Sagaden, who shoots, wow, how about this? 249, 236, 256 for Michael. Again, another example of a slow start, but players finding rhythm, lanes perhaps starting to open up just a little bit for them respectively. And Sagaden, one of those players. Aaron Yamamoto, 5th, plus 35, and then the big jump, or I should say the big drop off, excuse me. Cortez Shank grinding his way to plus 3. Plus 3. Jonathan Mayer, 7th. He is even. The number is even on this squad with 1 game left, with Wyatt Trzaskowski next door on 3 and 4, and putting in work early. He's gone spare 3-bagger. Speaking of Trzaskowski, Andrew Kane is -9, and he's tied with Keith Fung, who also is on 3 and 4. So we're looking at look at Yamamoto just to see if he could maybe potentially somehow get a bye. So we'll look at Sagaden just for that perspective. Certainly Cortez Shank, and Cortez is now, yeah, he's down on the high end, so I'll be looking downward for his score. John Mayer is on 1 and 2. Again, bottom of your screen, bottom right, as well as Wyatt Trzaskowski. I'll keep you updated on scores. Big shot there from Andrew Kane. So again, there's a tie for 9th. Andrew Kane, -9. Keith Fung, -9. Michael Arce left a few pins out there in game 7. Missed a couple of makeables late. He's -21. Al Michalowski, he was -30. Or is -30, excuse me. Karine Akov has lost her look on 71.40. Bob Wiley. Surprised to see him in where he is in the standings, tied for 20th with Akov at -78. Going to be done soon on 1 and 2. After the split in the 5th, Wyatt back on it in the 6th. Again, he and Keith Fung are right there. Those two players separated by 2 pins. They are 8th and tied for 9th respectively. Which means, of course, Wyatt 7 pins back of the number. Fung 9 pins back of the number. Got a front 5 over on 9 and 10. Figure out who that is. Andy Riley is on 9 and 10. The one thing you still can't do, though, is miss too far away, but Ed is in a good spot. But again, I think he'd be all right with a 2-round bye. Fung next door, good shot. Big double there for Keith. In frames 5 and 6. Aaron Yamamoto just got a very nice break on 1 and 2. So he can max at 223. Speaking of Yamamoto, again, bottom right of your screen. Super washout. Seen converted a couple times today. Open frame for Smaglik. Wyatt keeps on striking. Now a double after the split. Andrew Kane had to walk that one out a little bit. Kane tied with Fung, and they are bowling next to one another. I don't know if they know the situation. Kane right now 9 pins back. John Mayer doubles in the 10th frame. So if Mayer strikes out, he will remain at even. Jacob Buttroff, that's Jacob with the front 5 on 9 and 10. His run is over. Quick look at John Mayer. Uh-oh. Boy, that's a good 9. That's a really good 9. He shoots 199. He's in at -1. There's Yamamoto. And Aaron now with a 3-6. He's at +35. 2-0 will keep him, of course, all good in the hood. Keith Fung, as you saw, just made the 5-pin, but he's in a battle with Andrew Kane, who just missed in and got a very good break. Andrew Kane off camera got a break in the 9th. That one probably seals the deal for Andrew Kane potentially to get inside this top 7. Meanwhile, this young man here, Sean Wyatt-Truskowski, 30, 60, 90, 20. Still 252 out there. Bang. What a shot there from Sean Wyatt. He's still got 250 left. He and Andrew Kane about to shake this thing up. Shout out to the kids, Mike Hardesty. Birthday parties, happy birthday to them. Of course, I know your life very well. Kids' birthday parties feel like an 8-game block. Maybe 16-game block after it's all said and done. From the planning to the execution to the post party, it's definitely a woof. All right, so but to speed you up, Mike, here's the deal. So John Mayer was even coming into game 8. He shot 199. He's now at -1. Mayer was 7th. Cortez Schenk 6th at +3. Aaron Yamamoto shot 189. So he falls to -24. Or I'm sorry, +24. Beg your pardon. With Michael Sagan, who was solid. He's 4th, though, at +60. Your top 3, Ben Perry and Smaglik, Jacob Buttroff. Smaglik and Buttroff basically now battling for a double round bye. Andrew Kane, let's take you back to Kane. Andrew Kane tied for 9th with Keith Fung at -9. Got a fortuitous break in the 9th frame. But now Spare puts him in the 220s. Back to Sean Wyatt here, who was 8th at -7. Strikes again in the 9th frame. Sean Wyatt Wiskowski. I won't even talk about his Cub fandom right now because he's throwing it so well. Keith Fung. Oof, and he wraps a 10. That's tough. All right, Andrew Kane takes care of the spare. So if Kane strikes, that's 229. Michael R.C. and Kyle Michalowski. I think they're both on the high end. Cortez Shank's score is really important. And I can't tell if he might be done already. It looks like he might be. 15 and 16 looks like they're done. Kane. Bang. All right, so Andrew Kane shoots 229. So Kane ends up at plus 20. But it may not be enough because this gentleman right here, Sean Wyatt Wiskowski, he's on a roll. Can he continue? Ooh, that was nearly the 2-8-10 situation. All right, if he makes the spare strike here puts him at 231. That would put him at plus 24, and that would be enough to stay in front of Andrew Kane. Of course, so John Mayer at this point more than likely is out. We don't know what Cortez Shank shot. That's his score is the most important at this moment. Ed Smaglik just off camera. Keith Fung, by the way, can only get to 197 now. Smaglik might lose his hold on second place for a double round bye, but he would still earn a a 1 round bye, I beg your pardon. Pretty impressive bowling by Sean Wyatt Wiskowski late. 231. All right, so Wyatt, just to make sure we got our numbers correct. Sean Wyatt Wiskowski at finishes in a tie with Aaron Yamamoto at plus 24. I don't think that's going to be too relevant, but it could be. So if we include Ben Perry, Smaglik, and Buttriff are in. I don't know where Michael Sagaden is finishing up. I'm going to guess it's somewhere on the high end. And we're going all the way down to 22. Yeah, I think he's all the way on 21 and 22, as a matter of fact. But it's one of those things. When you need the important scores, of course they're not where you need them to be. I might go on the look for Cortez's score here in a moment. Mayer and Shank actually discussing right now. I don't see any numbers that could really affect anything at this moment, except Jacob Buttriff's opportunity to get a 2-round bye again. Ben Perry, I was going to say, well, I guess there was a possibility that Ben Perry could lose the grip that he's had on the squad lead. That's still in play. Buttriff could shoot 279. Let's go over here real quick. Ryan Howard finishing up. Again, Buttriff can shoot 279. Smaglik ended up in the 180s. All right, so, wow. How about this? So here we go, folks. Cortez Schenk shot 268. Again, if you can hear me, Cortez Schenk shot 268. So Schenk is now in at plus 71. All right, so now we're going to say again, Perry's in. We know that Ed Smaglik is in. Buttriff shoots or strikes again, excuse me. So what that does is, where is Mr. Buttriff is currently at plus 106. I would put him at plus 185. So he's going to get second. Ben Perry's got to be careful. It's a good spot for it. He did get the first one in the 10th, it looks like. So 206 from Ben. He's going to be all right. Makes the spare. Ben gets to plus 198. Buttriff's going to end up, well, not at 185. He'll end up at plus 180. So those two, of course, are in. Ed Smaglik is in at plus 107. That would be third. Unsure about Michael Sagan at this point. I'll refresh and see what other scores we may have. So let's assume Sagan is still in. That would leave then Cortez Schenk. Let's say Cortez is fourth. We'll give Sagan an even. That would keep him at plus 60. That'd be 1, 2, 3. Schenk fourth, Sagan in fifth. And then there's a tie for sixth and seventh with Aaron Yamamoto and Sean Wyatt-Truskowski. So right now, assuming Sagan doesn't do anything to fall out, if he does nothing to put himself in harm, he's in. And Sean and Aaron would be your final two competitors, which would mean Andrew Kane would miss that by 4 pins, if that is how it's going to work out. And Sagan is way down, as I mentioned, on 21 and 22. Sean just told me that if he were to simply mark out, or he didn't say max out. So there is a difference there. So if his max was 210, that's different. I mean, he essentially has a few pins to work with. If he shoots higher than 164, he's in. If he shoots 164, then he's in a tie at plus 24. Right now, it's, from what I understand, or what I've got, you and Aaron are tied at 24. But right now, from what when I counted, assuming that it would be a tie for 60 or a tie for 6. Correct. That's well, he's got to go minus a lot. He's got to shoot 164 to be in a tie with him. Yeah, it would have to be, and I'm talking to Aaron and Sean at this moment, but that's our only. No, I think it's you. You two are tied. 6th, 7th, tie. Assuming that Michael is in. If something happens and he falls out, then Andrew would be in. I did want to talk to Ben Perry, though. Can we get Ben Perry? Which, I'm going to try to get Ben Perry in here, folks, because, A, he bowled really well. I want to talk to him about what happened this morning and how it played a direct role into what he did today, or, sorry, this afternoon. I need to get someone's attention. Who can help me get Ben Perry? While I work on that, all right, Ben Perry's going to hang out. Right now we are waiting 21 and 22 to finish so that we can get the official tallies on all scores. Click refresh on our scores. We don't have everything, of course, yet, but we do have Ben Perry in the Bowlstream TV booth. Ben, first of all, congrats. It looks like you're going to hold on to the squad lead.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
I've been telling this story all day, and so now that you're here, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I watched you in Game 8 this morning on 5 and 6, and I don't know if the carry had been an issue all day, but it certainly obviously was late. And I'm assuming you were in a situation where you're just like, okay, if I don't start carrying, I'm not going to make the top 7.
Absolutely.
So you take a risk. You switched to reactive, which was a reality. Mm-hmm. And first shot was great. First one, look, you got it up the lane a little bit. It 8 count. Then the first shot on the 10th was good too. So I see you start with it.
Yes.
And obviously your performance says it all. So
yeah. No,
was that what you were thinking too?
Yeah, no. As far as game plan goes, I was going to throw urethane. Kind of came in with that same mindset, and then I was like, through the reality in practice, I saw a look that I'm comfortable with, and after that, obviously rattled off 245, 254, 256 to start, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm in the right ball at this time. So, and then kind of towards the end there, I fell off score-wise a little bit, but I was experimenting just so I can get an idea for tomorrow and kind of go about that. And I obviously kept an eye on Jacob because I wanted to hold off with my lead. I said that's kind of like it's a cool thing to get by him. So obviously a phenomenal bowler. This tournament just in general as far as quality of bowlers, but bowling earlier, getting to plus 25, I said, it ended up being a blessing to not make it because now I have 2 first-round buys, but, it's the way it is. Theo runs a great tournament. This center, everything's great about it. So,
my first time seeing you was 2 years ago. You bowled the tournament, and it seemed like at that moment it might have been the first time for a few people in the field that saw you. So what's your bowling story? Give me a little background of how you got started and where you are now.
Just kind of been doing the local tournaments here, like started in, I don't even know what age I was, but as far as just in the junior leagues over at Bolero, Kyrene and stuff like that, and then kind of started getting into the Strike Force tournaments that are locally, and then progressed into CBEs and get into the CBEs and kind of get your butt kicked at the start, and then you understand what's going on, and then you go from there. So then I started climbing up, starting to cash a little bit. I got my first win in the CBE, and then Theo, it was funny. He told me, he's like, you got to get into these bigger tournaments and stuff. He's like, you throw it well. And then actually probably the first tournament was this one through, 2 years ago?
Interesting,
right?
right.
That was,
yes,
if you remember that was lanes 1 and 2. I went to the roll-off against Haugen.
Yeah, I kept telling people. Like, I've been telling your story all day.
I gotcha.
At least for the most part that I know that I've seen in person. And I always reference the Haugen match. And it was just like,
that was a big, even though I lost the roll-off, that was one I'll remember, and now obviously going into tomorrow, learn from and go from there. Because even last year I made it, I think I ended up losing to Mark Missoula, and I got past my first matchup, and then the second matchup, that's why I said, with a tournament like this in your backyard with, 10 grand up top and stuff, and again, just the experience, because I'm a kid trying to make it. That's kind of what we're at. So, but.
And speaking of that, so how old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay.
I'll be 27 in October.
All right, so the guess from Theo was late 20s, so that's obviously accurate. So you mentioned kind of experimenting in preparation for tomorrow. Obviously, great, knowledge mindset for you to think about it in that light. What might, and it's obviously a ton of things can go. You can end up bowling another lefty, right? All those things are in play,
exactly.
But what might be the game plan tomorrow?
Similar to today. Obviously, if I have the shape with the reality, that's probably what I'll start with. But if I'm not seeing it the way I need to see the lanes, then I'll get into. That's why the last 3 games I threw a DV8 Verge.
Some orange, right.
Yeah, and then I got into my Storm IQ, through my Brunswick Ethos. I said I just kind of experiment with everything because I need to see something for tomorrow when I get in that spot where the ball's not going through the pins the right way, then I got to figure it out from there. So, but definitely the reality, because that was the best look I've had all day, and it was great to start that way. So kind of weight lifted off your shoulders because you're you hesitate to bowl the next squad, and I was like, yeah, I got to go with it. So,
Man, great bowling today.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for putting this on as far as with the Bowl Stream TV and stuff. This is amazing. Absolutely. Every time you come out, it's always fun. And then I got my buddies probably right now that are listening.
You
to
had
this
a ton
and
of people in the chat too. Ton of people in the chat.
That's really, really
in fact,
cool. I appreciate everyone.
Let me see if they're still there.
I say.
No one said yes in the chat, so make sure you tell them to go listen to you at the end of this block.
I got Mike Hardesty. Appreciate you, man. That's awesome. I appreciate it, Emil.
But it's been these comments, though. Like, let's go, Ben. LFG, Ben.
I try and, you're a local bowler, and, again, trying to make it and stuff like that. I always, be a good kid. And as far as the bowling part, I'm gifted and put it in the time. People have asked me, like, how'd you get that? It takes time and effort, that's for sure. I've been bowling on sport now 5-6 years, and things are starting to click finally.
Right.
And now, whether it be next year or whatever I want to do, I'll hopefully be going out on tour and give it a shot. Kind of go from there. Bowled the Masters this last time and didn't go as exactly how I wanted to. Granted, the left was pretty tough at the Masters, but it's a good time. So
true situation of trusting the process.
Yes,
sounds like.
Definitely. Sometimes when I'm on the approach, the same thing. It's go through your process, don't get sped up, and you let other factors get in the way, and you can only control what you can control. So
love it.
So appreciate you, Emil. Thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
All right, that is Ben Perry, your squad leader here for C Squad. Well, that was a fantastic young man. All of you said the exact same thing, and all of you were great. All of you are correct. Ben Perry is fantastic. How about that? Oh, Carl, I see you. Yeah, you definitely nailed that team. You should be a general manager. All right, so Theo has made his announcement, so we are now officially waiting on the C Squad official number, and those scores should be up. I'll hit the refresh button in a minute. Again, next squad will be 6 p.m. local time, theoretically 6 p.m. Pacific. $9 p.m. Eastern tonight for those of you who are hanging out on the East Coast. I have refreshed, and we have it.
Your leader of that squad at plus 198, Ben Perry. Your second qualifier at plus 180, Jacob Butcher. Ben and Jacob both received first round buys. They're in the 1 through 8 seeds. Your third qualifier at plus 107, Ed Smagley. Your fourth qualifier plus 71, Cortez Shank. Ed and Tez will both receive 1 round buys in the 9 through 16 seeds.
Cortez Shank shooting 268. Get himself a first round bye. You just know it, man. It's Cortez.
We have a tie for the last 2 spots at plus 24, Wyatt Trzowski and Aaron Yamamoto.
Good to know that my cut figuring out skills always translate from tournament to tournament. But it's been fun to nail down this number, these first two squads today. And again, as I told you folks, this one was just as interesting. The difference was the scoring pace was just a little bit different for game number 8. But shout out to Sean Wyatt Trzowski, excuse me, and Aaron Yamamoto, because Yamamoto shot 123 in game 1 and ends up at plus 24. And Wyatt goes back-to-back 231 games to also finish at plus 24. Andrew Kane was on his way. 229 wasn't enough at plus 20. And Terrell Cardenas shoots plus 3. 9 players end up plus on this squad. Again, the number, though, plus 24. So here are your first 3 cut numbers per squad. Minus 10 A squad yesterday afternoon. That was the only squad of the day yesterday. This morning at 7 a.m., B squad plus 90. And then, of course, this afternoon at 12:30, plus 24. One more full squad to go. We've got D squad. That will begin in just a little bit. Now just under an hour and 90 minutes, hour and a half or so. Just under that at this point in time. Again, 6 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. local, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central time. Right here on Bowl Stream TV. And then that will follow, or following D squad tonight, Desperado squad, the 2-game sprint, will take place as well. Appreciate everybody hanging out on a really good squad. It ended up being pretty cool. The scoring pace was iffy, but yeah, that's good. That's a good question there, Lonnie. We talked about that. Let me give you just a quick rundown of who is bowling tonight. There will be some re-entries, of course, but right now on the squad coming up tonight, Josh Anthony's re-entry, Troy Blickenstaff, Joy Burrell, Juan Canez, Chris DeMarco, Felipe Espriu, Justin Golden, Calvin Hugger, Christine Johnston, Kyle King, Chris Clerk, Brandon Knapp, Pat Lombardo, Brandon Loss, Michael Marmolejo, Mikey McQuiston, Robbie Patterson, Corey Pointer, Matt Reif, Kevin Robertson, Ardani Rodas, Ron Schloss, Chris Silva, Cameron Smith, Garrett Strail, Darren Tang, the 2021 champion. He is the inaugural winner. The legend, Brett Wolf, and Alex Z. That is the crew at the moment. That could change. We could probably add a few more names to that as Theo takes more re-entries potentially. So that's what to look forward to. And we'll have that for you, of course, in just a little bit. So quick opportunity for me to get lunch and get settled in before we close it down tonight. So with that said, congrats to Ben Perry and Jacob Buttriff. They earned a 2-round bye. Ed Smaglick and Cortez Shank each getting a 1-round bye. And then Michael Sagaden, Wyatt Trzowski, and Aaron Yamamoto each earning a spot into the top 32. Until then, until 6 o'clock, I should say, you guys be safe, be well, enjoy. And this is going to be a pretty fun night, I would say. 7 players are going to make the top 32 no matter what happens. We'll find out who that is in just a little bit. So for Theo Duthay, big thanks to Theo. Big thanks to John Verbal, who joined me on the air during this squad. John, of course, tournament director of the True Amateur Tournaments Desert Southwest. Appreciate him and his sponsorship of this tournament. Carl Ong and Team Agent Ong, proud sponsors of the CBE Cactus Classic as well, along with Chuck's Painting. Shout out to Chuck, who did bowl today. Apparel EFX, Bro Dogs, of course, courtesy of Theo Duthay himself, Brunswick, and Ramsey Auto Center. We will see you in just a little bit. Time to eat. For Theo and all of our crew and the wonderful guests who joined us, my name is Emil Williams Jr. Again, Matt Jones joined me and Theo, of course. We'll see you in a little bit. It's been a presentation of C Squad here at the CBE 10K Cactus Classic. You watched it live and only on Bolt Stream TV.